Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
Sitting in a 4v3.
Everyone from esports trying to find what angle they can, trying to find somebody out of position.
We're gonna go through on this. Oh, what a roll. See White gonna go in.
It's going to be a really, really interesting one.
Oh my god. All of this competition could be so damn close, so I cannot wait for us to finally decide who's going to be the champion. We are expecting some chaos, some great moments.
Beast Mode has killed 3. Only gonna really need that rampage, so it's gonna clear it out. Santi gonna give themselves a big old 4K. Santi getting rid of 3, clearing out the house.
That is crazy.
Nunji actually kills 3 people.
This team feels entirely different on this faster composition. Now Saga is hanging around, getting onto the high ground. Post bomb's gonna stick under Leaky. They're not gonna be able to survive it at the end of the day. Blue manages to find a 3K.
Rio shoving this Ana into a corner. Woo! One more for the road for Rio.
That is all signs go. Melophobia with 3 Melophobia. Start the fight. They'll end the fight. Oh my god. Beagle Bus, they have to play aggressively into this energy. Popping off in a moment where you needed just that. Ruby in that backline. Oh, the flick. Looking for it. Oh my goodness. The 4th one as well. Do they get the 8? They get the 8.
We are back here for CGL Goats Tournament, day number 3. We've played through 2 days rather, of competition, and here we've got the finals, essentially, starting here with the winners finals. Second game going to be the losers finals, and then the climax after that of the EU side of things. My name is Spectrum. I'll be bringing you through the action today, and I am joined, of course, by the wonderful Sam to bring us 6 inches combined versus Skyflock Goats.
Yeah, I'm the one bringing us 6 inches combined, everyone. That's my job today. But I'm really excited to be here with some goats. I mean, it's been a long time since goats has been, viable in Overwatch, right? We moved to 5v5, really. But before that we moved to role queue, and it kind of missed me in my eras of playing this game. Like I played it a lot in the early days and kind of left it around the time goats was really surging in popularity. So I'm excited to see some really high level talent, some tier 2, tier 3 level players give it their best go in matches that are only getting more and more important. I believe neither of these teams have dropped a game yet.
No, they have not. Both keeping the amount of lost maps to 0, at least in the bracket. I think both of these teams we expected to be strong, but 6 inches combined, I think a lot of players who've previously won CGL GOAT, so they are for sure the favourites here. Skyflow Goat is going to have to punch up a little bit, but that is going to be more than a possibility. But as we see here, Andromedario's Inters Incorporated, and Inters Incorporated lost to Skyflock Goats, and to 6 inches combined, it was Winston committed tax fraud, I believe, and Retirement Castle, who ended up being defeated. So both had a strong run so far, but it can only continue until now. One of these teams is going to having their perfect record dirtied. Just depends about who.
Yeah, I mean, based on the bracket here, you could argue that Skyflock have played the tougher opponents earlier on, considering they're the two in the losers round as well. But as you said, 6 inches looking like the favourites within this bracket and proving to be so with their current clean record. But I mean, if you're an underdog situation, it's kind of harder in a hard meta, right? When you're playing in a normal game and you have hero bans or like, I mean, they have map selection, but without hero bans, it's a tool you lose as an underdog to try and create yourself some space to work with that. And also you don't have the option to play like a different style of comp. You don't have the option to move away from, if you're losing meta v meta, right? If you're picking like the default comp into a default comp and you're just losing, then you don't get that option to switch to something more creative here. So I think it does lend its hand to the favorites a little bit heavier than a traditional bracket would.
Yeah, I mean, also, of course, being such a macro focused composition, nobody can just have a good day and click heads, you know? If your DPS is good, you're going to win some games, even if you're, as a team, are much weaker. You can't have a good day on goats. What's your Brian going to do? Hit more swings? And as a quick rules reminder, by the way, you can either sub out your Reinhardt for a Winston, or your Zenyatta for an Ana or Moira. Brigitte, Lucio, Zarya, and D.Va all going to be mandatory. And without further ado, we'll see who's playing those series on 6 inches combined.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a look at the roster. Skytor picking that Reinhardt, flexing to the Winston potentially, and then True and Mapsy on the Diva Zarya combination. Then Captain Prash is on that Lucio with Yukino and Brig, and then Horrocks is running that flexible support with the Zen favoured, but moving potentially towards an Ana or Moira if needed. And I mean, this makes a lot of sense to me. Skytor, I know from a few vanilla quick games as well, very strong lineup player, and the rest of the roster having their own experiences moving around in tier 1 and tier 2 with some great success as we move towards the Skyflock Goats roster as well.
I mean, not to linger too longer on 6 inches combined as well, but I believe Crew, CP, Yukina, and Horrocks have all won CGL Goats before in the EU Open Division. The only interesting wrinkle here on the backline is Horrocks on the flex support role. He is a Lucio one-trick, essentially. So we'll see how he does playing a role that was previously been filled by Nitrox. Skyflock Goats, on the other hand, obviously also undefeated. Going to have Sandro, Galaxy, it's Mr. Bronzer, I believe, on the Zarya, Izia, Tapioca, and Arik going to be rounding out that roster. Again, an undefeated record so far, but as we maybe start thinking about Lijiang Tower, when they see the opponents they have ahead of them, we'll see if that continues. Of course, you mentioned before, we do have map pick available, but it doesn't have the same amount of oomph here. You know, we talk about the regular game and lots of map pick is to inform what you play, right? You want to play Winston, you pick a map with verticality. You want to play snipers, you maybe head towards a circuit royale. You're playing goats everywhere. So the map pick just doesn't matter kind of the same way.
Yeah, that's very true. And I mean, especially when you're moving over to a Lijiang, which I believe was picked out by 6 inches combined, it's not exactly an unknown quantity either. I think Goats has been very well established on a map like this. I feel like the only way you can have some creativity on a Goats comp in this day and age is if you're moving towards something that hasn't really experienced it. I don't know, maybe like one of the newer maps. So this is about as standard as it gets, right? It's a control map. It's kind of, I mean, everything at that point was home turf for Goats, but this feels like I mean, when I think about Goats, I just think about that one Busan fight. It was, I think, like 20 ultimates before a death, and it really does. Yeah, it's just, we're gonna see some. You're right, macro heavy gameplay. Just, it's all about how they work in tandem with one another. There's very little room for creative flair, for individual brilliance. It's all about the teamwork. And again, you've mentioned prior that 6 inches combined have a little bit potentially more team experience as well, with a few of those players playing on higher level rosters for a long time or winning CGL Goats together as well. So I think 6 inches combined, by all accounts, should be the favourites for this map and this series, as we do get to look into Lijiang Tower very shortly.
That we do. 6 inches combined do have a tendency to troll, see if that ends up rearing its ugly head once they have a little bit too much fun. I think yesterday we saw them touching the spawn door, emoting mid-fight and that kind of nonsense. But you spoke about how we had that exceedingly long ult fight, right? You mentioned Busan. That one took a while. There's another one on Elus, if my memory serves me correctly. We probably won't be seeing too much of that, being entirely honest here. We tend to find that because teams can't scrim Goats that much, there's a limited amount of perfection you can get executing on this comp, and these really long ult fights come from both teams just playing the ebb and flow effectively. you can't do that, then whoever goes first essentially just wins. And so 6 inches combined have often been winning just by being the most proactive, by W keying the hardest. Sanro flirts with the Winston for a second, but no big surprises here. The full mirror on the Reinhardt. 6 inches combined versus Skyflock. Let's get it on.
Yeah, the rollouts come through from the Lucio is entering the spawns. Look
Whoa,
at those boops, so
Crash,
can't get away with it. And
Crash.
Crash has inted heavy. Missing that boop allows the death for him. And now it's advantage Skyfall goes, but that pin from Skyfall's going to go wayward too. Discord on him as well, low HP, but of course the care is great. But Azuya's boop really continues to snowball forward. And that's a great first fight for Skyfall goes, but a big mistake from Captain Brash.
I mentioned they've got a tendency to int, and Captain Prash decides to do his best Lee Jae-gung cosplay. It sends it all the way across the bridge, and ends up taking care of before the point even unlocks. Skyflock Goats will get first cap, but I guess a silver lining 6 inches combined take that fight and lose that fight so quickly that Skyflock Goats have barely got double digits before they're fighting again.
Yeah, I mean, Captain Prash going in aggressively once more. This time wins the boop out, but the bomb comes through. It's going to get blocked away, and the pin is nice from Zanro. And that's actually a DMEC from Galaxy onto Crew as well. Eric finds Skytor, and it's a really quick snowball once more from Skyflock Ghost. They do lose Zanro in the process, so they have to back away to safety as the respawns come through for 6 inches. But, I mean, bomb value on a DMEC is huge, and then continuing on with a second kill for Eric is lovely.
Stitches combined will have their Rhine out first. They can get the corner for free. They swing early. They have ult to invest.
Yeah, but that shatter does slam a few. It's nice work from Sanro, but can't continue on from it as the grab comes through to keep him in place. Tapioca has found the first, but the transcendences are mirrored. They're matched, and the grab is once more invested from the other side too. So here comes the massive ults to pin off the map. Is lovely though, and it's an advantage once more for Skyflock Ghost as the kills come through. Izuya and Sanro. Maxi does get one trade onto Arik, but it's too little too late for the side of Cinches combined. They're getting dominated right now by Skyflock.
Yeah, they are 50% now. Up on the board, Skyflock Goats a lead on the ultimates as well. Remember what we said about going first, being proactive? Didn't work out so well, but 6 inches combined there is a late grab and an inferior trans from 6 inches combined ends up costing them. Skyflock now looking for a shatter bomb combo very likely, and 6 inches combined in a small choke are going to be exceedingly vulnerable to that.
Yeah, you gotta hope your Ryan shield or your Brick shield at the very least can block some of that damage, but the bomb has come through. It's gonna find a first. It's not gonna find anything, but that boot from Azuya is lovely. Crew is down outside of the mech following the bomb, and the shatter pooked away once more.
Azuya
Down, and that's a 6 kill. Azuya, huge value on the Lucio, and I mean, this is looking like home turf for Skyflock Ghosts. This is looking like their tournament and their bracket to win.
That it is. This time it's Azuya doing the Lee Jae-gung cosplay. We have to try and touch, but Skytor pinning into a wall, not the way you wanted this to start.
Sadly, the boop or the bash came through to block him to the side, and the shatter's nice. It kicks down the Brigitte, but Sanro finds two, and the DMEC comes through as well. It just feels like they were never really in
again.
this sub-map. Azuya with a double boop. The Lucio gameplay outstanding from them, and I mean 100-0. It's a great start. It's as good as it gets, right?
Okay, can't complain much, can you? Azuya, again, fantastic here on Lijiang Tower. Plenty of environmental kills when given the freedom to go careening around. Take a gander at the replay to see exactly what's been happening. Here's one of the opening Azuya boops, so really has been a through line of the map so far. And the Skyflock aggression very rarely punished. This was a rare example, and even then they went out the fight.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Sanro dies in that situation. It's the one death they suffered on this sub-map.
5k damage from Azuya, by the way.
Yeah, that's
Precious 2k. He's just getting mobbed.
Yeah, but even in the one where he dies, it's still a 1-out fight. So the aggression, I think you're right. The proactivity, the W keying, is going the way of Skyflock Goats as we all at this side, both going into this side room, pushing forward into the tight chokes, and the swings from the Ryans are going to get so much damage. But it's a nice stun. It forced a little bit of angle from Skytor away, but all in this room. The swings are huge. Sanro's down so early. That's a Ryan MTD, and the pin can be pushed forward if invested, but the fire strike's just going to come through. Blocked up by the DM, but Horrocks onto Arik too. The Zen finds the Zen, and this is the first fight win for 6 inches combined as they're going to cap the point shortly.
That it is. However, can't get any chase kills, so it'll be a fast refight. Fireball with plenty of damage to Crew, but surely can extricate himself. They're just deep in again.
Yeah, the proactive beat comes through. It's very offensive, and I mean, it's initially defensive, right? Low HP on one of your tanks, but coming through to snowball this fight, continuing onwards, it's Cinches combined. Yukino, the two-piece, and Crew onto Tapioca as well. So, just wonderful work there from Captain Prash. The beat comes out at perfect time, and look at the ult advantage here.
There will never be a hero. Yukino is more synonymous than Brigitte, able to show it off here, and with a rally now to boot. 6 inches combined look to press their ult advantage into Skyflock Goats before they find it mirrored.
Yeah, It's a lovely pin to shut it down. Crew finds two. Sanro, I believe, gets stunned out from the barrier, but Galaxy trades one out onto Mapsy. Some fight still ongoing as Skytor gets stunned as well. Tapioca with the whip shot kill. And I believe they just about turned this around. It's still ongoing though. Galaxy down out of mech, so potentially advantage still the way of 6 inches combined if they can keep up their tank advantage here. But Azuyo takes down Horrocks, so keeping things even as Galaxy's found Crew as well. So that will be the flip. Shortly, the Brig is still alive here, bashing on, but the ping comes through with the Discord and just gets impact kill damage, and now they can press forward. Skyfall Ghost looking for some final blows here to continue that stagger, but I don't know if the final thing is overextended and Mapsy takes the kill.
Yeah, that's sloppy. That's your beat down. CP is going to have an unmirrored one as he looks for an engage now. 6 inches combined, still ults, and still pressing forward.
Yeah, Shatter not going to connect onto anything, and the Trader Shatter also gets blocked away, so even for evens, the beat comes through inside the grab. It has to be used defensively this time, and the Lucio should be back in time, but that grab is lovely from Mapsy. Outdoes Mr. Bronzes, and Crew finds two in that one. Now it's just Mr. Bronze trying to survive here, but he actually takes himself out so they don't get staggered too far, and that's a great return from 6 inches combined. Having that beat advantage allows the grab to come through.
So just combined more defensive utility there to survive in that grab. The beat and the trans combined helps them live. Izzy is a little bit late and wasted ultimate perhaps. Only Skytor now with a shatter to try and play with, but it could be huge.
He gets one with a Skullcracker, takes down Samro in the meantime, but the Transcendence keeps him up for a little while, allows Azuya to find Skytor, and the D-Mech onto Galaxy is traded around, and Captain Price gets that boost as well, so that's deeper off the map, and the beat comes through aggressively as well. They're going to press this advantage if they can do so, but the whips away, and lovely. The Trans have to come through to prevent the Shatter from finding picks, but Cruz found Tapioca off the map in the meantime. The Brig is down, so that's still advantage 6 inches combined as they look to take this one. It's 85% now, but with Mr. Bronze taking down Horrocks, Zen is away, so they have to back. The Lucio pace keeps them to safety as they're going to sit towards the point, but notably Horrocks is the slowest to return here. The Zen on those floating feet can't make it back in time. The grab is available for Mr. Bronze. It's invested. It's big. It's a big spam. Loads of damage coming through, but are the picks going to be found? Of course they are. Azuya and Tapioca, the support's combined for two. The bomb takes down Cruz. The barrier's been defeated, but it's not enough, I don't think. Mapsy is looking to do God's work up high, but taken down in the end.
Yeah, that they do. Still, bit of a stagger onto Crew, but won't last too long. 99% for 6 inches combined means they only need the one fight. But Skyflock Goats being up a whole round means that they really do need that one fight. Ult's not fantastic for either side. Skyflock Goats with a boost in defensive utility are going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable, but it's going to have to last them a little while, as we've seen how slow these points can take by and just how many fights you can get by in Goats. A Mapsy grab looks to be chucked early.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the grab invested by Skyflock Ghosts means they don't have available. Mapsy does have it, though, and here it comes on to 4, maybe 5. The bomb comes through, going to be blocked out by the grab, but the Transcendence, of course, eats all that damage up. So much healing there found for the Zen. Pressure onto Horrocks, we have to be careful here. And the shatter is huge from Skytor, slams down the right, but his kill's going the other way, and Skyflock Ghosts with the beat to stay fully alive here. They're looking to turn this map. Control Center was 99% for 6 inches combined now for a while, but 2 fights in a row for Skyflock Ghosts, potentially 3 if I can't count correctly, and they're looking to push towards 99 themselves.
They are running out of opportunities. 6 inches combined. Defensive utility sure on their side, but they have plenty of space to push through and not much time to do it in. Sandro with a shatter. Mr. Bronze are close to the Graviton as well, and a rally engage to make it slightly easier.
Oh, there it is. It's absolutely massive. The beat comes through to keep them alive, and the transfer, but both supporters invested, and it's not even enough. Galaxy and Azuya find 2. Onto Pratt and Skyfall, the speed and the line down, and they're just going to continue on winning this fight. It's just one on the point. Yukino does take out Tapioca, and the bomb comes through, so it's still ongoing here, but Crew out of mech form, dead to Mr. Bronze, and I mean, the Winston switch gives Skytor the chance to touch, and they're still alive, still sitting on this one. Their Wick is continuing to stay alive here, but it's going to burn down eventually, and 2-0 for Skyflock Ghosts. Lijiang Tower, the way of the underdog.
Yeah, this is how we were selling them, but it doesn't seem that way in the server, does it? I think, obviously, much more dominant on that first point. Their opponents maybe find their voice a little bit on Control Center, but it seemed like Skyflock Goats, the ones who were in the driver's seat. We spoke about proactivity. They were the ones leading more significantly after Crash. It was a bit of a stinker to start out the game. Sure, Horrocks gets to play at the game, but it don't matter too much. Where is my CP? What are we up to? What are we cooking? Come on, bro.
Yeah, it's not the ideal start, and it kind of was a marker of the entire map 1 here, but I mean, you're right. On Control Center, it was a lot closer. They actually had many chances to win that sub-map out. Having 99%, having just one team fight go their way would have closed it out. But it was Azuya on this first point that just so many environmental kills enabled that easy win. And coming into Control Center, this was lovely. The stun comes through, and I believe the barrier, I don't know if it gets broken or gets dropped or gets stunned away. I think it's stunned away there, and it continues on, right? As they turn it here, they flip it forward. And I mean, actually, this fight, this was the one that went the way of 6 inches. This was worse than 99, right? But I think it was just good gameplay overall from Skyfall Goats.
But it was. Curious what the 6 inches combined tend to do next. Basically, every team I've seen has been taking us to King's Row, just trying to simply outgoats your position, but whether that manifests or not, different story. Gander at the stats, and again, the big difference for me appears to be, CP just being absolutely obliterated by Azuya in terms of the damage. How many environmentals was that on that first map of play? Just ridiculous, to be honest. I was deeply impressed. Obviously, as well, it doesn't help that Skytor is 8 and 10. I understand Ryan in this comp can be pretty rough, but we are being outvalued, and we're going to need the Belgian main tank to lock in a little bit if we want to see this game go as far as is possible. Of course, we are playing first to 3, so there is plenty of time to achieve liftoff, but running out of runway perhaps is 6 inches combined.
Yeah. Also noting there the 3 deaths on Arik there, the Zen surviving so much. It feels like in this comp the easiest target is that Zen, so of course gets the most defensive utility given to them as well. But if you can't take out the Zen more than 3 times in a map, it's very hard to win it out here. And I think there's a lot to work on, as I believe it looks like King's Row will be the way we head. And that's the thing you mentioned right at the start of the stream as well, though. In a GOATS only, there's only so much you can switch up, and you're not going to be going to the Winston for this one.
Yeah, I think it's very unlikely we'll have actual strategy switch-ups. I think you can kind of just essentially pray you play better is what most teams often tend to do. As you see it mapped through King's Row, I'm so surprised. I'm sure you can hear how surprised I am in my voice. It will very likely will be more of the same. The only thing you can change, as you mentioned, is the Zen, but Horrocks might touch an Ana for a bit. Some teams like to start Ana, especially in later rounds, to get free fight wins off of nades, off of Sleep Dart, but losing out on that Transcendence, in my opinion, too big a blow to take. And with Moira, I mean, you can take more aggressive fights, but your Rhino's going to have an even worse time without the Discord Orb to mirror your opposition. You've Discord, the opponent isn't, and you're not having fun. And yeah, no big surprises here. Both teams more of the same.
I mean, yeah, we saw how many fights there were won out by a better use of Transcendence. I believe there was 20k to 17k healing. It's just such a high number because it's used inside those grabs and those shatters to keep your entire team alive from those huge ultimates. And I mean, Nano's a lovely ultimate. Nano's a brilliant ultimate, but compared to keeping your entire team, potentially 6 members alive from one big ult, is... I mean, it's invaluable, right? And that's not to mention the Discord damage as well that allows you to both build your own ultimates faster and also potentially get some early picks. So, I mean, it's what we expected to see. It's a GOATS comp. It's the Rhine, it's the Zen as well, stuck onwards by both teams as we head towards the opening seconds of King's Row.
Yeah, I want to highlight, again, Skytor versus Sandra here. That Rhine matchup is going pretty heavily in the Skyfall GOATS matchup. Now, slightly easier map to play, perhaps, for the Rhine. See if Skytor can find his voice once more.
Yeah, it's a lovely boot there by Captain Crash to prevent the pin coming through, and Skytor is very low HP, has to back away to safety and gets, of course, that lovely triple support care, so still alive here, but stunned out, takes an extra damage. Sanro this time, though, looking low, kept alive, and the ults are being built up. There's the first Transcendence. It comes through, but it's a little bit too late there for Arik as the shout comes nicely. Skytor staying alive as well in this corner, and it's a great start for 6 inches combined.
Yeah, well played there. Ult 4 and ult, you get the fight as well. Focus fire a little bit split on Skyfoot Goats. All of 6 inches was low HP, or low enough, but nobody was actually close to going down. The same could not be said of Skyfoot Goats, who obviously had their Rhine go down before the trans was active. This time a deep bomb and the aggression in again.
Oh, and it's huge, right? You boop, you stun, you force them away, you get 2 picks with that bomb. That's the Rhine and the Zen down, and then obviously it enables a simple snowball here. There's Ario and Lucio soon to follow. Of course, they get that crude respawn due to the fact, but there's nothing Skyfall Goats have here that make them advantageous other than a potential bomb.
That's true. 6 inches, another shatter online, so I believe Skytor lapping his counterpart. I wanted to highlight that Rhine matchup, but so far, Lance Slaughter, so far being pretty loud.
Yeah, and here is the shatter opportunity. It's so available, and they're both looking for it here, but the shield's going to be offline. Sanro actually doesn't have it yet, so it's just a bluff, but the bomb comes through. It has to be blocked away, and of course they're going to do so, but Skytor goes down, gets the stun just in time. It's lovely work from the Brigitte, and the grab comes through, the trance inside it, and the beat as well. So Arik trading for Captain Crash's support ults, and now the opposite transfer Horrocks is through as well, keeping the teams alive within this, but Galaxy still finds Mapsy as the grab takes down the mech as well. Crew out of form, and that whip and rocket combination will snowball with the boop to allow the fight to go the way of Skyfall goes. And they're going to cap in relatively good time. It's a couple fights away of 6 inches, but I mean, you're happy enough for your Skyflock too.
True enough. I think 6 inches combined there, not having any tank ults to start the fight with. Really needed to find value with the Shasta. The fact it doesn't even come out is a bit of an indictment of 6 inches. Skyfall goes happy to win that fight, but will it last? Seems not.
Still having the shatter available for Skytor, and Sanro looking to build up to match that lapping, as it wasn't the best of prior, but the trance is used just to stay alive here, and the shatter's not going to catch on anything. Skytor hailing Mary there, and Happy Oak's going to find Yukino. So it's a mistake there for Skytor that allows a continuation of aggression for Skyflock Goats as Arik continues onto that Reinhardt, the aforementioned Slammer, and with the grab here, it could be a trade, but the crack comes down onto Crew, the head slam, and feels like it was a bit of a shot to the sky for Mapsy. It wasn't like a fight that was super comfortable in their favor, and the grab doesn't allow it to flip.
I mean, I don't really mind teams investing ults down numbers, but there is obviously a bit of a cut-off there. You'd like to have that rally, you'd like to have that Graviton Surge in that fight, but one makes do. 6 inches combined, square up to the plate once more, but it's Skyflock Goats now with momentum on their side and ults to boot.
Yeah, getting towards this next corner, getting towards his second point. They're going to hold close. Skyflock, very aggressive, gets booped and stunned away. I believe that was a whip shot to his face. And the grab is huge with the bomb behind it. There's going to be some picks down. Surely the Transcendence is lovely and the barrier works, but there's the shatter from Sanro onto 3, maybe 4. The fire strike's lovely too, and Yukino's down first. Skytor soon to follow. The bomb is nice. Spikes too. The bomb is huge from Crew. And the D-Mech as well. It's a 3-piece on that, and there wasn't even a Rhyme stun, so it's just mispositioning there. I believe the beat is going to look to flip this one, but Horrors into Galaxy before Soundbarrier can save it, and the snowball through continues onwards. The avalanche now soon to fall, and it's just Arik left alive, punished down by Crew, and that's all about the Diva.
Absolutely, there. It was a lost fight if that bomb doesn't find that pretty immense amount of value. Crew, I mean, it's a poker bomb. What else do you call it? 6 inches combined now. Found a stop, got trans, got grab, got shatter. Plenty of tools to rotate to hopefully buy you a fight win. And 2 minutes is a perfectly reasonable amount of clock left to rot. Skyfoot Goats, just a rally, but they can make some chaos with it.
Oh, I believe that's a 2-man shatter, and it's going to find one. Following up onto Arik as well. Horrocks down. Horrocks looking much better on the Zen this time. The slam is huge on the other side. Sanro slams down a multitude of members, but the grab is combined onwards, and so low HP on so many players, but the numbers falling alongside, and Crew's going to find a last-ditch effort onto Galaxy, and I believe that's the final member. Actually, there's a Lucio on the cart who's going to boop away that Diva, and looks to push forward and get away this time. So, I mean, that was maybe the messiest fight we've had so far. I think both teams having one man standing towards the end.
Yeah, but it's obviously 6 inches combined, the ones who are more benefiting that deadlock. 3 support ults now, all they have to play with, so they have to rally first and just hope no one ills into them.
Yeah, can use that stun tech as well, and the barrier comes through to block out that bomb. This time, no value for Galaxy, but the grab is available. The Transcendence on the defensive side of 6 inches combined, but it's aggressively by Arik. Actually, no, it's a big beat as well. Crew, wonderful work from the defense matrix. The shatter does slam down, but are they going to follow on to anything? It's Skytor who finds the first, and look at the solid hold here from 6 inches. The beat once more invested by Skyflock, looking to turn things out, but baiting out the beat from the other side. It's an ult for an ult, and it's 6 inches who are going to be very happy with that one.
Yeah, better beat coming through from Captain Prash there. Could have been a pretty unfortunate moment there. Skytor bashed out of his shatter, I do believe.
Ooh.
And slammed a little bit after, then counterspin a little bit after that. He's not allowed to play the game, but he stays alive, and his team finds the value. 6 inches set into their preferred stair setup now, with the bomb and grab both. They can make some real chaos with it.
Yeah, they're so close to this spawn room, so it's dangerous if you lose the fight here, but they're looking to win it out. But no, Sky got down first, but the grab is ginormous, and they're going to find 3 inside. They're looking on for 4. It's Yukino farming that 3-piece, and Prash and Mapsy to close that one out. And I mean, that is beautiful gameplay, and they're going to be able to push all the way back towards the cart if they want to hold defensively too. With 15 seconds left, can they even make it?
Probably not, to be entirely honest. There's a chance for it, but with no Rhine, it is going to be harder to stop them from hard walking. Sanro with Shatter, Mr. Bronzer grab. Will it be enough?
They do touch on the point. The Shatter is available for Sanro, as you mentioned, and it's going to have to be huge here. It's going to come through. It's going to slam onto multiple members. It's massive, but the chances there defensively, keeping all the players alive inside that one. The grab come through as well from Mr. Bronze, but yeah, you know, onto Sanro, and the deaths come through for the attackers. It's the defenders to hold in solid fashion. And that is, I mean, the grab is not going to do much here for Mr. Bronze, as Mapsy's going to mirror it, and actually, it was Mapsy's grab in the end. I can't see, but yeah, it's a great hold from 6 inches after what felt like a really good attack from Skyflock. It was the turn of Crew. If that bomb doesn't come through, they lose second point, but they managed to hold it entirely.
Yeah, they do. It's really lock in here. Obviously, Skytalk, I think, struggling to land some of these shatters in the same way he's been able to in some of the previous games. But other than that, all their set plays will work out pretty brilliantly. Of course, Crew, the highlight. How many self-destruct kills has he got so far? Feels like double digits at the very least. That was a lovely bash from Skytalk.
Yeah, that was great.
These Briggs have been pretty strong with it. But Skyfall Ghosts, unfortunately, it feels like they just kind of lack the clutch gene, for lack of a better phrase, right? It's always been 6 inches combined who are the ones who come out.
How?
Yeah, I don't know how it
They were
is.
all, none of them were in a place where they could get to cover, and they're away from their Rhine. But you're right.
Crazy,
but
but it's life.
I think it was just those like minute moments, right? Those final fine-tunings that 6 inches had ahead of them. And I mean, Skytor, many fewer deaths here, half the deaths. I mean, there's half a map, right? But I think one side of Hybrid is pretty similar to
time, like.
Yeah. It's. I think also not only is Skytor playing better, but I think Skyflock Goats, what they do really well is deal with that Reinhardt. They've been showing it well. They're good at blocking those shatters. They're good at bashing him to kill him inside bombs. But I think this time the focus was a little bit too hard on the Rhine, or at the very least, it enabled more freedom for 6 inches the rest of the players.
Indeed. Zion on the attack now, obviously. 5 orbs have not been a particular factor so far. Sanro just feeds. What is he up to?
Oh, gets bullied. Yeah, out of position there. The pinball comes through as well, and Horrocks is going to find that first. But it's I mean, you see the triple assist as well. It's the entire team taking down the Rhine, and they're going to be forced to back away. Our Skyflock Ghosts. I mean, many times you can fight a 5v6, but without the Reinhardt, it's very hard to do so. But Skytor is also inting, so it's going to enable the defensive hold for Skyflock Ghosts as they push onto Crew as well. It could be Sanro inting a little bit as well, but no, just stay alive here, and the snowball once more comes through. It's interesting for Skytor.
Sanro is splits way too wide from the statue, so it's really easy to chain boop him into a corner and obliterate him. Skytor just thinks he's pinning Pedro. I can't defend that. Lancelot, man, lock in, please. Listen, 6 inches combined have support ults. Mapsy close to a grab without mirroring Mr. Bronze, but whoever tosses it first might just find more value.
It's an aggressive beat on both sides, so no defensive tool for that one. And the bomb comes through. Are they going to find value this time? Nothing found. The grab is large, though, and Mapsy's found one before the chance comes through. That's huge onto Azuya. The shatter slams down, but I cannot see what is happening here. The swings are huge. The whip shot finds the first, and Mapsy onto Tapioca trades that one out. There's a pin that's big, and Horrocks is down too, but Skytor low HP, the last to fall. There it is. Sanro onto him, and it's Skyflock Goats to hold.
Crew takes a reset and runs into the team, but that's just going to cause them to get staggered yet further. Not quite sure about that one. But in the end of the day, not staggered for too long. 6 inches combined. Now, half the time, Menk approximately rotted. 2 ticks, sure, but this is about them on par with what their opponents are up to. Skyflock Goat's pretty skint. 6 inches combined the same. The bomb and the trans may well be enough to buy them a fight win, but this is down to mechanics and just raw goats more than anything else.
Yeah, here we come. The bomb. Are they going to get stun out on anyone? Are they going to get fined? Of course they are. Oh my goodness, it's huge. Galaxy finds 3. And I mean, that's a 4-piece of the Diva, but I believe that was all about the Lucio boot, potentially, forcing the shield away from where it wants to be. And it's great. It's so good. You only invest 1 ult, and Galaxy is already up to 70%.
It was Tapioca. It was all Tapioca that finding the bash onto the Rhine. Skytor can't shield that. And taken care of. Now, a minute and a half left to go. Cinches is combined. Running out of time here. They've got to find success and find it soon.
And that's not going to be a start they want. A massive slam from Sanro. And, I mean, Skyflock Goats are looking to be 2-0 in this series. They can't even build ults up yet. I mean, they do need to not let their tank die here. The Ryan does pin back to safety. And the stacker could be lovely onto the Diva. Yeah, it is. Crew going to face that 6 seconds more. But they die so fast. So, yeah, they have ults eventually. But Skyflock Goats have built up all their own as well.
Yeah. much more of an expensive fight now. You'll note Galaxy won that previous fight with a self-destruct. This time straight in again.
And finds one, and splash down. That's diabolical. That's the Lucio down. You're down a beat as well. You're down your speed as well. It's so tough to work with. And again, it's one investment for, I mean, that's about 10, 20 seconds ticked off the clock.
Something like that, yeah. So just combined can walk back in now. Ult's going to be now hopefully in their favor, but will it be enough?
Yeah, but they're going to kite that. And the grab comes through, actually takes down Mr. Bronze, who's outside the Transcendence range. Sanro is closing on that Shatter, but Skytor has it ahead of it, and the barrier is down. The slam can come through if they use to invest it, and there it is. Blocked out perfectly by Sanro, with very few shield left. He gets the slam of his own onto huge moves. The stun comes out, though. The Ryan can't shatter anyone, can't stun anyone with the pin, and it's actually going to be 6 inches, who with 15 seconds left are going to get that final tick. And I believe it was crucial work on that whip shot to prevent the Ryan pin coming through, and just I think they just micro their way through that one in the big macro duel.
Yeah, it was nice as well, of course, that even though the Shatter doesn't come through onto Sandro, Skytor recognizes an opportunity to get multiple other members of Skyflock Goats on the ground and does so. So even when the counter slam comes through, there's nobody to really follow up. Crew, we've got to have you stay alive in the pre-fight this time, man. So we'll be able to back out. We'll be able to farm some support charge for Horrocks, and Skyflock Goats have to try and retain control of Library.
Yeah, here comes the form. It's not going to be locked out this time. The stun doesn't come through, and the grab is returned favor. Mapsy once again finding one before the trance can come through. This is a story so often told with Skyflock Goats now. They keep investing their trance just a second too late, just a lick too late to keep the team alive, but I mean, Skytor is once more low HP, but pushing forward, can't quite land that fire strike. And I mean, it's a similar story to where we were with Skyflock on their own attack, right? We're pushing to second point with about 2 minutes remaining, just under. And the ults are ahead in 6 inches combined. They should be favorites to win this next top fight, but Skyflock could return.
Absolutely. Horrocks is going to be playing a little bit more passive, recognizes that staying alive with the trans is more important than anything else. Skyflock has to dodge the Shatter. If they do, they're in with a fighting chance.
Yeah, and Skytor has that Shatter available, but Horrocks is starting first on Derek. That's maybe mispositioning, maybe not caught in the shield. The beat comes through aggressively. The Shatter, he can slam down too, but the boop is nice to prevent that pin from getting that high impact damage. Sanro has built up his own Shatter, but can't invest it. 20 HP and dead. Yukino through the shield with the flail finds the first, and the grab takes down more. It's going to be surely the fight won for 6 inches combined. They're forced off the cart. And they have taken King's Row after looking so close to losing, looking so close to being down 0-2. They turn it in the final stages.
That they do. A little bit hairy for them, but it did seem like when they're in their groove, when they're playing their game, they were able to get a bit of a differential over the enemy team. Eric here playing the game just for raw heals dumped out, and sure, it was an absolute bucket load, but a minimum amount of value found if you don't actually win out the fight. Much better from Sky to Hero in general, but of course it was Crew the hero because these bombs, absolutely diabolical. Put him a bomb on the way dropping them.
Oh my god. Just every US president at this point, honestly. But yeah, Crew finds through with that one. That was the big one, of course, but so often. I mean, Diva Bombs with Bashers seem to be the name of the game so far this series. Even Skyflock Goats getting their own huge ones, but I mean, okay, it's a 1-to-1, right? Which is great news for 6 inches, sad for Skyflock, but this is a very tight map, and I think Lijiang and King's Row are about as standard as you get. We're getting, I mean, a little bit, we're probably going to get a little bit further away from complete norm, but it's not like the rest of the maps in the pool aren't going to be super known to these very experienced players. So I think these are some great stead for the rest of this series.
That it does. I think we've got a proper competition on our hands. Okay, these are some high numbers. 43 eliminations for Mapsy, 41k damage. Crew, 26k. So we're getting pretty diabolical with it. I think that is for sure fair to see. I mean, Mapsy, just the raw DPS was ridiculous.
40,000.
41,000, I'll have you know. And you think as well what that does to your grab charge. You've got just a ridiculous amount. Listen. Much better from 6 inches combined, but still plenty of time needed before they actually get to where they're looking to go. So, obviously, well played from them, and now tied up at 1-1, but we are going to go to a short break. When we return, the continuation of our winners finals, seeing who advances first to our grand final at 7 PM UK time, so don't go anywhere, because we'll be back in a little bit. 1-1 between Skyflock Goats and 6 Inches combined here in our CGL EU Goats winners final matchup. After a pretty intense King's Row bringing us to parity, then Skyflock Goats have decided to bring us to Route 66 in an attempt to regain control of the lead. But with momentum now against them, will they be able to seize control of the game once more? In case you've forgotten, my name still Spectron, that over there still Sam, and we're still bringing you our CGL winners final. But we've had a pretty entertaining series on our hands, haven't we, Sam?
Yeah, it's been great so far, and Route 66 offers something, I mean, very, very different from the prior 2 maps. Of course, has that payload aspect of King's Row, but much more high ground focused, much more of a. I mean, it's interesting without the hit scans on a map like King's Row, where this is maybe the situation where we could see a Winston, over a Reinhardt. This is potentially an option for that here, but I think so far, Skyflock Goats looked outstanding on Lijiang Tower, looked like they had very, very solid moments on King's Row too. 6 Inches combined, weren't really awake at the start of Lijiang, started to get into the series as we got towards the second half of it, and then obviously won out King's Row as they found them footing in great fashion. So I think we're now at a point where this map is super important. I think this is where I feel the teams are at their most even in terms of their current form within this series. So who takes this one here could be honestly the decider for who takes the entire first to 3.
Absolutely. Things we're going to be looking out for on Route 66 is going to be essentially the Zenyatas, right? Horrocks and Arak. How much value can they find on these longer sight lines? Now they have the opportunity to swing a bit deeper, to snipe a little bit further. And also on the Divas, Crew and Galaxy in an attempt to mark them. Obviously, Crew had a fantastic map number 2 there with the self-destructs, but do the same opportunities exist here on Route 66? We'll have to wait and see. Either way, one team will be pulling ahead of the pack, and 6 Inches combined are hoping it's them after they took King's Row with a bit of a clutch up fashion. And of course, anytime we do see a game with 6 Inches combined, the chat is going to be absolutely full of utter nonsense. These players have tripe in their heads, and I'm willing to say it.
So we do see the standards. It's the Ryans and the Zens from both sides, and that is to be expected, and God forbid a man has hope. I think, yeah, it's all about the Zens, right? When you don't have, in a Goats comp, you don't have the DPS, but you don't have that hit scan. The Zen is your longest range and your highest damage potential character. And I think both showed some fine form in the series so far. Horrocks actually looking great on the Zen in map number 2. So definitely potential for high value here as we get inside. And they're just going to 5-strike onwards, but look what these players are standing, and they're going to crunch onto this cart as soon as it's contested, so potentially 6 Inches up and go towards the high ground of their own as Sanro is booped off. There we go, the speed comes through and they're flanking around the sideline, flipping the spawns here. It's a nice call out from 6 Inches as they find damage out, but this is the slowest fight we found so far, and as soon as I speak, there's 1 down, make that 3. It's 2 found for Skyfall Ghost, but the boop is almost off the map. Azuya does survive here, and Galaxy continues on, taking down Crew, and it's going to be first fight for Skyfall Ghost as they flip it just about.
They do win the fight, but they can't go for the spawn hold anymore. Their spawn's so far away. The same simply isn't true of 6 Inches combined, so they'll walk out as 6. As we see, Skyfall goes back out, and so they can get some additional presence on the map, but they don't actually have control of the cart. Galaxy's got to pull as far as he can, and Skyfall Goats are now down resources because of it.
Yeah, the bomb's going to come through as a bit of a Hail Mary and finds Mapsy. That's a huge find. Mapsy, 40k damage, 41 if you want to round up in the previous map, and down early in this fight allows Skyfall to continue on and win their second of the map so far. It's some cart progress, but no kills found for 6 Inches. Allows that spawn hold to come through potentially.
That's true. Horrocks tries to find an assassination on the Zen, but the right click counteracted. The bash puts him 6 feet under. Skyfall Goats, lead on ults, lead on momentum. Hiding close is Mr. Bronzer, but will be spotted out and back out as most of his team clears out towards the objective. Skyster another shatter. These haven't been big so far.
Oh, that's huge. That's a ginormous pin onto Arik. The Zen down, and the shatter, you're right, it's very available. They're going to flirt for it, but they might not need to invest it here. Actually, now the shatter comes through from Sanro and not going to land onto anything. So yeah, Skyfall can hold on to that one. The grab is invested, but they're down so many. Mr. Bronzer does find the first. The bombs look to come through as well, but we're getting bubbled away. The kills aren't going to come through, and it feels like they were just not quite in tandem with one another.
What are we beating?
The beat?
Listen, this fight was a gift from 6 inches combined. It was gift wrapped. It was got a ribbon around it. Like, listen, I understand trying to ult when you're down, but just continuously tossing battles off, they're good. I mean, they spent everything bar the trans, and what do they have to show for it? 6 inches
You know
combined
why they
used a
didn't send the
rally.
trans?
Just a rally.
You know why
Why?
they didn't send the trans? Because Eric got pinned in the first
Yeah,
5 seconds of the fight.
exactly.
So they didn't even have it. It's bad from Skyflock, and it allows 6 inches to be so far ahead, pushing onto the capture of first point. The shatter is available for Skyflock, holding onto that one. The grab comes through as well. The slam is blocked out, but they're off the
doesn't
cart
matter.
because of the grab, so it does not matter. You're right. The beat is, I mean, it's an overinvestment who can catch and crash, but if they win out the fight and continue onwards, it could actually be a good investment. So it's fine in the end, and I mean, they're so far ahead either way with the ults, it doesn't really matter.
I don't mind that beat at all. You get to dispatch your opponents as the cart unlocks. The cart is going to be rolling as fast as possible. You can take forward map control if you so choose to have it. And of course, Skyflock Goats are forced to reset. Their ults are coming back online. You'll see all tank ults essentially active already. And so a lot of onus on Horrocks now to find a way of letting this Transcendence block out all three. A Shatter Bomb combo, though, if we see Skyflock Goats reach flat ground, could be huge.
Yeah, the Hail Mary bomb this time doesn't work on the side of 6 inches combined, and it's not going to find anything for Galaxy, but the pin from Sandra onto Skyflock is huge. Skyflock goes looking to return into this map after a couple fumbled fights. Tapioca bashing out Yukino. Maps is going to take down Izuya, but finding Horrocks before allows them to win this fight out, and Skyflock goes pretty healthy. As the remake does come through, it's just going to stall them out more, looking for a potential slam kill onto Sanro, but not going to find anything in the Staggers. Oh, the Staggers gross.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea at all from Crew. Try and remake to force a kill. Sure, you'll be staggered, but so will they. But now no Diva, 6 inches combined, slightly stymied. Prash weighing in spawn to Taxi, but they do also have basically every ultimate, so they can't be too mad about it.
Yeah, on the other side though, they're only missing one. That's just the Galaxy bomb. So if Galaxy can find some damage early in this fight, or I mean, just do anything really, then it could be a big one for them. The Shatter is available for Sanro on this bridge as well. Could slam down from height if you want to get creative, but that would be an easy way to get it blocked out. So opting maybe not to do that would be the smart move. Drops down to the low now, and there's the Shatter. Gus get down to 2, but the beat is nice. Opposing Shatter comes through inside the grab. The Transcendence is huge. The bomb though doesn't care about the Transcendence. It's not going to be found on anyone as they hide behind the wall. Actually, the DMAC comes through into Crew, so now the opposing grab has to be invested as an offensive tool, but the Transcendence once more used defensively. The Basher is huge, and the Shatter turned around and not going to slam down anyone. Yukino finds Tapioca, and I think Finches have this fight in the bag. Yeah, the swings come through from Skyfall. It's looking like Mr. Bronze wants to continue on. There's an Arik actually on Horrocks that's going to keep them in this one, so it's not quite over yet. Skyfall goes very competitive here, but now with Mr. Bronze down, the healing was just so low, and Horrocks dead too. It's going to be a decent push here for 6 inches.
Cool at that. Skyfoot Goats now, their ult bank expended. Crew going to go for an early bomb very likely, and needs to after he's insta-pinned.
Yeah, here it comes. This finds value. It's a great fumble, but doesn't seem to do so. Actually gets the DMAC as well. It's always the Divas getting DMAC'd here in these bombs. Galaxy now out of form, could be punished, and is going to be with no care from the Biggie, so can't quite make it in time. Horizontal to Azuya as well, so 6 inches going to continue onwards on this cart push in great fashion. The block onto the Rhine. Not going to do enough as the bubble doesn't keep them alive. Crew and Mapsy to find the final 2, and they're going to capture second. They have under a minute, but I mean, you don't mind here if you take the second point.
I mean, 2.5 minutes is a plenty reasonable amount of time to play through second. Crew, you do need to stay alive here, chum, and we'll be able to do that. You know, that's going to be very likely finishing off Horrocks' Transcendence. Another huge ult bank here for both teams, meaning that this fight could be rather cataclysmic, and the one that decides how this attack, at least on Route 66, how it's going to go.
Yeah, here comes a big grab, and once more the Trans inside that one. The Shatter confusion. Horrocks is found. Tapioca, there is a big spam onto multiple, but gets pinned away to Skyfall, so can't follow up with swings of his own. Mr. Bronze finds onto Yukino, and the defensive beat comes up from 6 inches combined, looking to continue on this fight, stay alive here. Scatter press down to Galaxy. The pin comes through onto Sanro, but the defensive beat from the side of Skyfall Goats keeps him further alive here. Mr. Bronze solo HP though with the Discord on the beam. It's high, the pin comes through, the Shatter story is down and slams it, but Horrocks once more inside that Transcendence is able to keep his team alive on the cart, but their respawns are going to be awkward. They are going to make it back shortly, and they are making progress on this cart. The Trans comes through from Arik, who wants to push his team forward and give them some space to work with, and Horrocks forced into a corner. That Zenyatta's not going to be able to survive in that one, and they are going to continue on with the Lucio speed, looking for some exit frags as well.
Yeah, closer spawns there, as well as Arik building into a second Transcendence in that fight. Allows Skyflow Goats to win out. 6 inches. Just a grab to work with, a minute left to go. They've got maybe 2 attempts if they're quick, but they have been quick historically. Skyfoot Goats, they charge into anything though, and their ult cycle might be enough to rebuff their opposition permanently.
Yeah, definitely. They've been good to stay out crew though, which could hinder 6 inches, but they've found first and second, so they're looking advantageous in this fight so far. Tapioca also super low, so get punished here, stays alive, but there's the final blow onto him, and the pin onto Arik is good by Skytor too. They're going to have 3, well 4 on cart, but 3 on cart for the speed purposes. So it has to be a retouch in good stead for Skyflock Goats as we get towards the potential final fight of this map. The bomb comes through, looking through a potential Hail Mary onto Captain Prash. It finds one, but Galaxy down, so Crew finds a punish onto the Baby Diva. The slam is nice from Sanro, returned fire by Skytor, but they find much. There's the pin on Tapioca though, it's big value. Grab and the transpose invested, so the survivability of the cart is continuing on this fight. It's a nice stun onto the Reinhardt. The ults are relatively low. The beat comes through from Prax though, who's made it back into the fight, and Crew finds 2. Mapsy and Yukino onto Arik and Azuya, and with just Galaxy on the point, with no bomb either, no potential remake, although I doubt they get away with it. In overtime, they get the final cap.
But they do get that final cap, right? It's a successful attack on Route 66 here by any stretch of the imagination. A pretty hard map to attack on, if I do say so myself, but they keep good pace ball throughout the map. It feels like never really stymied for too long. This first point hold was trickiest for them, and it bought them 2 minutes or so. I would say a pretty successful attack for 6 inches combined. Skyflock Goats, though, able to keep it competitive, able to keep eking out fight wins, and converting their ult advantage into successes. So both teams can feel relatively confident about how they played. It's just Skyfoot Goats now, somewhat of a task on their hands to match this offensive success.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think both teams can be absolutely content with this half. I think you're a little bit happier if you're 6 inches because you've given yourself that full cap. But if you're Skyflock, you've got them all the way to overtime with this final fight. You just stagger it out just enough and you win a good chunk in that half to give yourselves a good defensive stead. It's a slightly higher death toll for Skyflock Goats, but that's kind of expected when you're getting staggered out into defensive holds, especially that final fight when you're Hail Mary and your body's to get final touches. I don't think, anything hugely standing out other than Mapsy looking great on the Zarya still.
Mapsy has been fantastic. No big surprises here. I kind of don't know why teams even bother sneak walking up into this room. Everyone knows you're going to do it. It's an open secret, to be honest. But
yeah, but I don't know.
As you will.
If you wanna play sneaky, you can play sneaky, as they are, of course, postured up high. A lot of damage onto Mapsy, and Captain Prash very low as well, but the Lucio does get to safety. So it's lovely work to stay alive in this one, as they, of course, sit on this cart. And once more, Skyfall Goats looking to mirror the moves of 6 inches in the prior, as they've flipped the fight here, going up towards the height. Galaxy takes a chunk of damage, but now dropping down to Sanro, and the fighting behind this car. Other 2 Ryans posturing with shields up against one another, swinging forward to Sanro. The fire strike connects into nothing, even by the defense matrix, and the bash comes through to stun him out. The D-Mech onto Crew is big, so that's a first pick effectively. Skyfall Ghost, but mirrored out with the pick onto Galaxy as well. The beat comes through, and this, oh my goodness, with the bottom of the beat, and the remake just in time for Crew to stay alive here, but with the boobs traded out on either side, Mapsy off the map, but so is Galaxy. Captain Prash on Sanro too, and I think Mr. Bronze is going to be the one to close this out. It's just a Diva standing for 6 inches. And there's Zen actually available too. Horrocks hiding behind that big mech. Finds the pick onto Zarya. Skyfall Goats are going to win this in the end. Crew's got another remake though, which, is very annoying for them. But I think with this stagger, they should be able to finally get some progress on the cart.
It's hard to be mad about any stagger when you die on cart, right? Because the cart's not moving during this time. It's not actually affecting. Skyfall Ghosts do have 6 ults now, and you can't mirror that out because we've used our beat and our rally both to stay active. Mapsy, no grav, of course. So an uphill battle for sure for 6 inches combined. Skyfall Goats have a myriad of options as to how to take this fight.
Yeah, the bomb is invested by 6 inches early once more and doesn't find anything, but Mapsy onto Arik is a pick. Mr. Bronze Galaxy look to turn this tide though. 2 supports down with the Lucio and Zed picked early. The bomb comes through, this time from Skyflock, and they're going to find Mapsy too. Azuya onto Yukino keeps it ahead for Skyflock, and that's a great job dealing with the limited ults that 6 inches had and the myriad that you mentioned they had as well. Good fight from Skyflock, and they still have a couple in the pocket.
You can't be mad about that either, though, if you're 6 inches combined. You go 1 for 3. You have a decent touch of the point, using Horrocks' Transcendence especially, and you know you're in a much more even state than your opposition.
It's a great shatter, but the stun comes through. Galaxy eats the grab of Mapsy. That's a huge find. That Skyflock down ult managed to fight. When the Sky High shatter is going to slam onto one, gets the pin as well, but Sandra is actually the lower HP target here. Mapsy onto Arik is big for 6 inches if they want to continue on this fight. Crew also has the bomb available, but doesn't need to with those headshots found, and the missile's doing high pumping damage too. 6 inches hold it with 4.76 remaining. They get the touch and they get the fight win.
Samro thinks he's playing Wrecking Ball with the way he ground pounding, but the Sky Shatter from Skyflock ends up not being so great. Sky Tour, actually, can't block it, but all's good in the 6 inches hood. 80 meters left to go. They've got so much to fight with, and Skyflock goats their progress now slowed.
I think if you're hood 6 inches, you might want to get that looked at, as Mapsy looking to right click towards that height, as the group of players of Skyflock have to get on this car. Just under a minute remaining, a couple fights to go with, and the bombs invested from Crew. Not going to land onto anything. No D-Net either onto Galaxy, who have the bomb themselves. The shatter going to get blocked out in massive fashion, but the kills still come through. Mapsy for 2, make that 3, and that's a 4-piece for the Zarya, who is just so precise with those beams.
Yeah, Shatter there, I believe, still caught onto Izzy and Arik, so you have no tools. You can. This stagger is brutal, by the way.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Galaxy, who is absolutely ruined. 20 seconds left to go, and Skytools pin the enemy spawn.
Yeah, and it's a great hold here from 6 inches. The grab could turn things even further in their favor. They're screwing that nail in that coffin. Mapsy takes another 2, and with 8 seconds, made that 7. They, I believe, might have given up here. I don't think they can quite make it, and the bomb and spawn doesn't give me much hope, because it's going to be 2-1 for 6 inches combined. And I think it was solid defense from Skyflock, and it wasn't even a bad attack. They were so close to capping first point, but 6 inches just slightly eking it out here. And I think this is where we see why they're the favourites. This is where we see why they've been so clean throughout this bracket and look to be clean onwards. Of course, they're not going to have the flawless record with dropping that first map, but just so strong across the board here.
That they are. Now, against an opponent's map pick, they have a chance to close things out. Another Horrocks player of the game. I've never seen the man on Zen, but apparently he can play it. But I'm super impressed by the level of execution we've seen from 6 inches once they decide to really play on it. Again, some of these bombs have been fantastic on both sides, but Crew just living for so long on that defensive half was crazy. He got like 3 remakes through before he actually tied. What's up with that?
That was the difference, right? Because it was 4.76 meters. If you get one of those kills earlier, then you get first point, and it's a completely different complexion of the map. I mean, we saw that on King's Row, right? We saw that for 6 inches. They couldn't cap first for a while, but once they did, they won it out. So I think, yeah, it's all about Crew on that defensive stead, and all about Mapsy offensively. That Zarya, I'm sure we'll see it shortly. So many kills. I think the tracking is just unbelievable. And oftentimes, I mean, it's impossible not to be high charge in the Ghost comp.
Yeah, there's just so many opportunities to eat spam, so many opportunities to mitigate damage that it ends up coming through so freely. But I don't know, Mapsy's been strong with it today, I have to say. Absolutely ridiculous on the Zarya. And here we get a look at the stats to see exactly how ridiculous it has been. Yep, 30k damage, 42 and 5, leading the server.
I think 42
once more.
I think they have 43 maybe in the map before, so I think there's Mapsy's fallen off apparently.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 10k less damage at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, but still, it's just outrageous. Like, such a great stat line, and you look at. This is one of those games. I mean, of course, they full held them really on defense, but the stats are a little bit harsh, I think, on Skyflock, who performed better than I believe 1911 Zarya, 1411 Reinhardt, 1110 Zen would suggest. Yeah. But I mean, it is 6 inches, playing better overall, and you really see it in the stat line.
The only interesting thing here, perhaps, that kind of contradicts that narrative is Horrocks has less damage than Arik. So, and less healing as well. So maybe his discords are better, but in terms of the pure mechanics, in terms of the actual Zenyatta execution, might not be quite there still. So that's a weakness, perhaps, that can be exploited. I said that we had to see these Zens really make a difference here, and it still felt like it ended up being mostly the Divas, mostly the Zaryas who were going huge on the final Skyflock map pick. And we'll see if that ends up finally becoming the case, or whether it is going to be more of the same, more of Mapsy just running the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's an interesting little thing we've noticed in terms of player the game patterns here, where it's been a Zen with a Transcendence getting a million healing and getting 1 kill, and the game's like, this is something special. But I think you're right, that is potentially the difference that Skyflock can push on that advantage, right? The Zen mentioned it is vulnerable, and this is this is exciting for me, as I've taken a little peek at what map we're going to get following onwards as we look towards a Hanamura selection. And I have not seen 2CP in quite a while. It's a great selection. I think this is super interesting. I mean, it's not exactly a favored mode, right, in terms of the Overwatch community.
No.
That's why there is a reason it's not in the game anymore, but I'm excited to see it make its return.
I think playing this map does make me consider the finer points of self-immolation, but honestly, it is entertaining to see. It's very nostalgic, right? We all remember Jonat getting, crazy value, just sitting in spawn essentially on Zen, just walking around like he owns the place, because to all intents and purposes, he does. Important things to note is, of course, it's going to be incredibly choke favored. So far, we've been kind of finding corners to play around. We've been, fighting in longer hallways, essentially. Hanamura, there's 2 chokes, maybe 3 chokes, where every fight is going to happen. We managed to make it through those chokes, and you just win. You don't. You're going to get bullied out, shot out, and sent back to spawn. Expect the first point cap. Second point, rare, but by no means unheard of. Extra innings, I would not be surprised at all to see either.
Yeah, this could be a game of ticks, right, on that second point. It could be the 1 tick, 2 tick differential as we get a little bit of a pause as one of the players makes their return into the lobby. But, I mean, you're right. We expect first point to be pretty fast-paced in terms of at least getting the cap. But, I mean, that could really be where the difference comes, is how much can you stall that first point cap. And we saw Crew stalling so excellently on that D.Va, getting multiple remakes. That could really be the way you prevent that second point being capped. But it is just a very routine map, right? I was thinking about GOATs, and I was thinking about how it really is like when you used to play a game and then you play it for like a weekend with your friends, and it's the best thing ever when you come back to it for a weekend with your friends. And that feels like GOATs in its entirety to me. In a weekend, this game mode this meta, is super interesting and super cool, but if you play it for longer than that, you're like, what is happening here? And I feel like Hanamura 2CP also kind of has a bit of that reminiscence for me as we head towards the map here. And I'm interested to see what Skyflock bring out here on their style for Hanamura. How do you deal with Mapsy's Zarya? How do you position to punish Horrox's Zen?
Mapsy on the Zarya generally is marking with your opposing Zar more than anything else. You shouldn't be able to soft swing, and Discord Orb should be a great way of stopping him from doing that. You should be forcing the self bubble, and without the self bubble, you can't self swing. So just Discord him essentially. With the Zen, again, you need your D.Va to mark. Occasionally, the Lucio can go for the mark as well, but the D.Va just has to get on it. So if either Horrox or Arik is allowed to take any angle, they should have a mech on their face post haste. Whether that happens or not, we'll have to wait and see in the speed. Between them testing up the angle and the angle being shut down is often how most of these Zens find their successes.
Yeah, and I think both these D.Vas have looked pretty solid in moments. Their bomb's definitely effective, but the neutral fights, I think, have gone a little bit in the favor of 6 inches combined. Not that there's very many neutral fights in a mode like this, but it's tough, I think, for Skyflock here, because you were so close to winning map 2, and you held in some decent stead in map 3. You could really be 2-1 up here. You could even push. I think it's very push B3, but you could definitely be 2-1 up here. You could definitely be sitting in advantage. But now you're on death's door, right? You're against a team who was starting slow and is now fully warmed up into the series. You have to recover both your mental and your macro and your micro, all 3 M's, to give you a potential to push it to map number 5 to make that a 4th M. I can count. And they need it here. Of course they need it. But of course they also have the lower bracket, which means that even if they do lose, they're still staying alive in this tournament at the very least. That potentially gives them a little bit of a mental stead to prevent themselves from losing it too much here. But I think it is all on Skyflock GOATs to turn the tides there.
They have no other option, simply put. Obviously, if they lose this, not the end of the world. They will be going through to the losers bracket, but you'd rather just get your berth figured out, be able to watch that losers final from the comfort of your home. Yukino is back, Charlie Moon has returned, and we should be heading in relatively shortly, so don't worry, you don't have to stare at our mugs too much longer, because should be heading into Hanamura in just a second. 6 inches combined, and Skyflock GOATs hopefully getting on about now.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, in no surprise, we see the Ryans and the Zens. And then, of course, the rest of the players forced to click on those characters once more. So I feel like if we didn't see those two here, we'd be having massive question marks floating above our heads in traditional emote style. But, of course, the D.Va posturing to the high ground. Skytor's going to look towards the lowers as he hides in this room, wants to find a pin early, and will of course go back to safety shortly. And I mean, I feel like Skyflock should be expecting some antics from Skytor here.
There's always antics. This game is nothing but antics. With some early shooting, as you mentioned, Skytor secreted close. Will they check the corner? No, they won't. The pin, however, misses.
Yeah, so no issue here. Maybe Skytor a little bit trigger happy on that one, but the swing is huge. It's the first foul onto the Reinhardt, who, despite getting back to safety, was not safe enough, and they're going to continue to press that advantage if they can. Sanro takes so much damage, but Crew is first to be demeced here of the Divas, and it allows Skyflock to continue on this aggression, but Maxie's found 3 and 4, and once more it's Azaria to stun the show. It's just unbelievable. It's genuinely unbelievable. I mean, scoreboard check already. Surely that's like thousands of damage. It's 4 kills. It's great work from Mapsy.
70%, so about matching his opponent in terms of the raw damage, as you mentioned. Not doing too badly in terms of actual eliminations. Point rotate has to be allowed. You're still not 5 yet. Diva Mark comes through into Horrocks, and so Trans forced out. 1 tick, not yet garnered, but it might in a second.
Yeah, here comes the beat through as well, so that's 2 defensive tools invested for Skyfall Goats, and the Shaft is going to connect onto multiple members, but the Zarya grab prevents them from getting further aggression. Horrocks has found one, and Mapsy of course finds their own pick. They're low HP now, beamed down by the opposition Zarya, and that's finally a find for Mr. Bronze, but I mean, they're going to die in the end surely anyway. Aragon to Mapsy actually in the end, and it's Captain Prash, of course, to take down Mr. Bronze, so still a solid enough defensive hold for 6 inches. It's a tick and about 4/5 of a tick for Skyfall Goats, but of course that 4/5 doesn't really matter unless you don't cap, which would be very bad. So still very happy if you're 6 inches combined.
Yeah, that you are. You can, got a rally. We're very likely going to be opening with it. We kind of need to fight Sky's for enough time to charge the shot, but he drops it and blocks it.
Yeah, Skytor unable to find value with that one. They're going to be punished out. The Lucia speed keeps him forward, and the beats come through, but Skytor does get the pin onto Sanro and stays alive here. Tapioca is demech Crew, so it's tank for tank. Effectively, the bomb comes through from Galaxy as well, so it gets the remake of their own, but not going to land onto any connections. Okay, never mind. Demech and Crew twice. Maxi, though, of course, finds a pick. So still very much in this one of 6 inches combined with their Zarya high beam, full charge. Going to press forward with that tracking, with that right click too. The bomb comes through. The beat available for Azuya could give some defensive and offensive tools for Skyflock Ghosts if they choose to invest it. But Yukino takes down Sanro before the beat comes through, so now potentially looking to find picks of their own. But Azuya, oh dear, the movement betrays them, and Yukino gets the whip shot kill. Sorry.
Yuki feeling himself at the moment, able to find plenty of value at force of the reset of the Diva ult charge as Galaxy sent back to spawn. A small blow, but sure, it's going to be a painful one. More than half the time, mate, of course, by far now rostered down to just above a minute. Bomb in, Shatter 2, surely.
Yeah, pin is invested for Sanro. I don't know if they connect onto anything as the beat and grab come through for Skyfall, but Eric, of course, has a defensive transcendence. It's not going to matter because Kuru and Captain Crash continue on with Yukino, of course, getting the earlier DMAC as well. And the snowball continues once more. And I mean, soon, very shortly, Skyfall Ghosts are going to turn into Snow Angels as they ascend to the heavens of this death and defeat. 6 inches combined, looking godly in this map.
That they are, but they did spend pretty heavily for that fight. This time they're going to have to get a bit of gimmicky without a shatter or a grab to easily CC their opposition. Bomb short, toss it in deep, but what more than that?
There's a grab to actually eat the bomb positioning, and the shield comes through to block it out. It's Mr. Bond looking to find some picks as the trance comes through on the defensive side of Horror. This time for Eric first of all. The shatter's giant, enormous, but can they get any picks off the back of it? It doesn't seem like it, because without that Discord, all of your damage potential is so mitigated, and now Maxie's grab hits onto 3, 4, 5. The beat comes through, the shatter's on the heads as well. It's just bullying there. It's bruising down the opposition. Crew's bomb comes through as well, and that might be... can I make it? Can I make it? I don't think they can make
no,
it.
They can't. 10 seconds. They're just respawning now. And unless they hit the craziest movement I've seen in my life, then it's just not happening. They're not even trying anymore. Bomb for content. We die for content, but almost a full hold comes through. And Skyflock Goats, if they want to stay alive here in the upper bracket, if they want to make it to the grand finals unassailed, they have a Herculean task on their hands. What is the level of play from 6 inches combined? They've locked in so much later in the game, perhaps, but they have, for now, for sure. And Mapsy obviously starting off with this, 4-piece. Perfect ults coming through, all the way through the choke and behind it, too. So nice from 6 inches combined. Maybe the nicest play was when they're retaking, right? Skyfoot Goats able to 6-man to the point. The Rhine of 6 inches is back late, and we're still able to clutch out the fight. If they can do that, they can do anything.
I mean, yeah, they just always hold, right? That's the thing. They're always alive, but at least with a couple members, so they can always reinvest their bodies and reinvest their ultimates in great stead. And they were so proactive as well. It's the thing you mentioned right at the start of the series. It's who is stepping their foot on the gas ahead of the opposition. And this time it was 6 inches, and they did it in great stead. And Mapsy is 22-1. Crew not too far behind with a 21-1 scoreline as well. But it just is, it's brutal here. And I mentioned the 4/5 of a cap on the second tick. That's a 62.2% that Skyflock Goats are holding on to here.
An uphill battle for sure, right? It's hard to describe it as anything else. Skyflock Goats maybe see the writing on the wall, but they're going to do their best to force us to a map 5 where they could complete the upset that they started and knock 6 inches combined down into the lower bracket. Starting off now, taking right side pathing, going to dodge out with some early spam, but make it to the show unharassed, bubble through. They've made the rotate.
Yeah, they've done a great job, but Sanro's pin takes down Skytor. You're losing your Rhine early. You're still obviously pressing where you want to go here, but it's Shatter available for Sanro, uncontested if they want to choose to use it, but no, they don't need to. Of course they don't, because they're going to get all these kills. Skytor, of course, the first to fall. It allows an easy enough win. Skyflock Goats, and while 6 inches did make that rotation, if Horrocks gets a kill.
What is he up to? What are you doing, Stefan?
Yeah, Horrocks down, but it's a great pin there from Sanro.
He ins for content. Okay, surely that's the only time they do it. Now, as we see, Skyfall Ghosts have significantly more ults on every person. So they do have a significantly better ult cycle. They're going to have to overspend it before 6 inches combined. They're going to have a proper way in.
Yeah. Shafter very much available for Xanra, looking for big member slams. But the Shatter comes through. There's the slam. There's 4 landed on the floor. The swings come through, and that's a classic Ryan play of the game here. With the pin to boot as well. Yukino down. Mapsy, of course, finds a pick, but it doesn't really matter in this fight, of course.
It might matter a little bit. No, but not with your crew dying that late. You've got no issues whatsoever. Your Zen will be back in time. Since combined, will be able to at least match now in terms of the check mark. Skyfall Goats turn back almost half whistles. They set up for what looks like another bash
Actually,
play.
it does not, doesn't it? Yeah, because Zen isn't here in time. Arik can't invest the chance defensively, but they do use the grab offensively. The bomb comes through as well. Looks to find some finds. Can't quite grab onto anything. The stun onto Skytor 2 brings him down, and you know what? I mean, Horrocks takes down Sanro, so it's Ryan for Ryan. The grab comes through to Batsy, but the chance is invested at perfect time. The bomb comes through as well, but around that door, it's not going to find much. As they do look to survive here, and Skyflock are still holding on here. Their Diva does have to escape here. Mr. Bronze doesn't get the shield in time from the Brig, and now the Brig is out of position and has to bash away. Does do so in time, but the stun comes through, and they're going to continue onwards with this fight. It's Mapsy for 3. Actually, it's Yukino taking that kill, never mind, but Mapsy's still pushing forward with the advantage with the Zen Transcendence and the speed. The beam comes through, demix that Diva as well. And capping this point are 6 inches combined. Mapsy down to Galaxy, but can they make it in time? Not quite. It's 6 inches after a very valiant hold from Skyflock. They find the picks in time. And Mapsy, of course, at the star of the show in those final embers as well.
Of course. What a performance from the Zarya. Once given an opportunity to properly stretch his legs. Synergies combined. Have a tendency to feed. We kind of said that as we started things out. It's probably just 1,000,010 trans heals. I can't lie.
Is this Transcendence? Are they going to go pick as well? It's Transcendence.
Hi, Yuki. How are you doing?
Not even a pick. How does the right gets 4? You don't get that there, but yeah. Continue talking to me. Tell me what you're thinking.
Yeah, like I said, they have a tendency to feed. But when they don't, they look like one of the best teams in the tournament. That's why they made it to the grand finals. Yeah. In relatively easy fashion. They just have to pick up after themselves a little bit. Skyfall Goats played a fantastic game. Let's not make any, mistake about that. But unfortunately, like I said, it feels like the clutch moments are coming through a little bit more from 6 inches combined. And as well, it feels like when they were behind, they had a lot less chance of, getting back into it. As 6 inches combined would always have a chance of just winning a fight. With a down momentum, down ult, somebody would land a bash, somebody would land a bomb, and they'll be right back to winning ways.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about how it's such a macro-heavy style that it's hard to find individual brilliance in a format like this, but still Skyfall Goats managed to do so. Their bashes, you're right, allowing those bomb kills. Mapsy, of course, looking so consistent, just perfect tracking and such high damage consistently. Also, the position was wonderful. This Shatter in the grab is disgusting to watch. But yeah, I think that is, I think Skyfall Goats didn't play it badly in terms of their ideas. I do think oftentimes 6 inches were just slightly better at it.
Yeah, I'd say it for sure. Obviously, we speak about Crew and Mapsy being what feels like the difference makers, but it feels like it was largely, across the board that they're just seeing a little bit more silliness come through. You think about Sandro starting that fight super wide on the corner on Ryan. I'm not repeating that. I asked for a comment, and I can't say that on stream. Listen, Skyflock's gonna be up next. They can say that much for free, okay?
Yeah. But, I mean, okay, so 6 teams combined, heading towards the grand final, dropping one map across the entire bracket. They've got to feel so confident with their performance. Skyflock Goats, though, dropping down into lowers. We can talk a little bit about what they're going to be looking like. Of course, the two teams that are currently in the losers round 3, we don't have the results of that game because we are going to be going towards this round 4, I believe. But the two teams in that game are Inters Incorporated and What the Hell. Two teams who have lost at 2-0 to Skyflock Goats. Skyflock Goats also the only team so far to take a map of 6 inches combined. So if you're this team here, you're feeling wonderful about your chances in the lowers, but the fear then becomes that grand final.
It's going to be a pretty fun one, I can't lie. I'm really excited for it. I think also having that downtime, we always see most teams will also get a little bit cool, having that downtime. So see if that ends up shooting 6 inches combined in the full, where the Skyfall Goats end up getting tired by the sheer amount of Overwatch they have to play. 4 maps, obviously today so far, and then in their next game another 3 at the very least, and after that I believe we play FD4. So long day of Overwatch for them if they do want to try and find that win. Listen, don't think we have anything else for you for a second, so we're going to go to a short break. When we return, the losers finals for you today. So don't go anywhere because we'll be back in a little bit. Losers.
Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours. Got lots of love. 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 Got lots of love.
Hello and welcome back. We're here with some CGL GOATs. We're on for a banger game now. Earlier on today, we had the winners round 3 between 6 inches combined, who took down Skyflock GOATs 3-1. And in the previous off-stream round, the losers round 3, What the Hell 3-2'd Inters Incorporated, which brings us here to losers round 4, which is What the Hell versus Skyflock GOATs. Whoa, Skyflock GOATs. I'm Sam, and I'm joined by the wonderful Spectron, the well-known Spectron, the villain Spectron, some say. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Obviously, we're just off the back of that rather entertaining 6 inches match, following Skyfoot Goats again for something of a rematch against What the Hell. You'll see in that winners round 6 game, What the Hell lost 2-0 actually to Skyflock Goats. Maybe with some momentum on their side, Skyflock Goats feeling a little bit hard done perhaps by their loss. They can use that to eke out some sort of advantage, but the record does pretty clearly state that Skyflock Goats should be the ones we expect to make it to the grand finals. What the hell? The underdogs can still perform.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We saw, of course, Skyflock being the first team to take a map off of 6 inches combined, but suffering a brutal map 4 loss there on Hanamura, failing to cap first point and getting brutalized by a demon Zarya. But here, of course, against a team they've beaten before, and a team that 3-2 in the previous series have had a long last series, a bit of a break and a rest for Skyflock Goats. So there's the argument that they can come in a little bit cold, but there's the argument that What the Hell can be a little bit tired here. So I think both of those definitely have their pros and cons as we look towards the What the Hell roster. And I'm excited to see what they bring out here. Of course, on stream today in losers round 4, this is an elimination game and also the game to qualify you for the grand final, and it's Craftus on that Reinhardt, potentially the Winston, of course, and Yoshi and Aero on those locked-in Divas and Zaryas, then the locked-in supports of the Lucio Brig, taken down by Ziha and Lane, and Acai on that Zen that could switch to the Ana or the Moira if they so choose.
I mean, if they so choose, sure. Will they choose to? I'd be pretty surprised if not, right? We saw in our previous game 4 maps and not a single variation other than Skytor on the Winston purely to touch, right? So we'd be pretty surprised if you see any of that variation come through, but it'd be interesting. Nothing else. Skyflock Goats, of course, you know them, you love them. You've seen them in the previous game. Sanro, Galaxy, Mr. Bronzer, Izzy, Tapioca, and Arik. Sanro was very aggressive, sometimes getting caught up, but landing some pretty fat slams, so watch out. See if you can sand some of those rough edges off, perhaps, might be the factor that brings Skyfoot Goats through into their victory, into their grand finals. By the way, for those of you who can't see in lobby right now, all of Skyfoot currently have San Francisco Shock icons. What the hell have Vancouver Titans icons? So, curious whether in stage 1 or stage 2, I'll put it that way.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, I think the thing that Skyflock Goats have going for them here is they've just played the best team in the tournament and took a map off them. And you're right, Sanro, very aggressive, oftentimes caught out, but oftentimes finding big value. And I suspect will get caught out a little bit less against a presumably slightly weaker opposition of What the Hell. Not to discredit them in any capacity, because I'm sure, an excellent team takes an excellent team to get to the top 3 of a tournament, as I also believe we're going to be heading towards Lijiang Tower as our map selection. And should we be surprised about this? Should we pretend to be shocked, or should we just go back to normality of Lijiang Tower map 1?
They're going to play the same maps all the time, I can't lie. If we don't see Hanamura, Kings, Lijiang every game, then I don't know. I have nothing to bet. There's no point betting because it's going to happen. You know, the Route 66 was the only curveball we've seen today, and it's going to be approximately it. Teams should be ready, so we should be heading in pretty quick, but we know how Lijiang plays, right?
Yeah.
I feel like there's almost not a lot to say. We've kind of seen Goats once, so you kind of know what's going to happen. It's purely an execution gap now.
Yeah.
And so What the Hell simply have to execute better than their opponents.
Skyflock were excellent on Lijiang. It was their map they took off the top dogs. So this feels like if they're going to start off for a sweep, then this is where you want to be on that standard pick of Lijiang. It's a great opportunity for Skyflock to continue on in this tournament, sorry, and potentially get revenge against 6 inches. But for what the hell, they're looking to push further and play against that top team to prove themselves, and obviously want to get revenge on Skyblock, who defeated them and put them in the lowers earlier on here. So as we look towards Legion Tower and get our beautiful, gorgeous fly through of some tables and chairs, it's potentially going to be the kitchen sink thrown at each other, heading towards this first map. And it's fortunately actually for both of us the one we didn't see today, at least.
Indeed. Some variation, if nothing else. But as we see us loading in, you'll note that we are playing the same thing we always play. Again, Skyfoot Goats have just come off of a loss. What the hell coming off of a win? But if What the hell aren't able to convert that momentum into the lobby in this first round, in this first fight, realistically, then all that simply won't matter. It will be Skyfoot Goats who will have control of the series and might be able to leverage that into a grand finals. So this first fight so important for the team in red.
Yeah, and of course Skyflock took advantage in the previous series due to a specific Lucio in fight number 1. What the hell, not going to make that mistake this time, as Ziha plays it safe when they rotate it to different locations on the map. So posturing from different angles of these fights are the two teams, and no damage coming through as Acai can't quite land those balls. It's a low HP tank, gets stunned away, and Crafters discorded, stunned up dead to Mr. Bronze in the end. And that's going to be Arik for 2-piece as well. So first fight confidently goes the way of Skyflock Goats.
Yeah, that it does. I'm a little bit confused there as Crafters, as you mentioned, stunned up and discorded, but no projected bubble to peel him out. That's a little bit of a mistake there from What the Hell. Maybe you should be saving some of our resources for later on in the fight. Arrows still help there, cost them heavily, and Skyfoot Goats now ults to hold this choke with.
Yeah, their Shatter comes through and doesn't spam anything, I don't believe. The block is nice, and it's good work there for What the Hell to mitigate that ult advantage. The bomb comes through, but Arik has taken down lane and Crafters too. This Zen is looking on fire so far.
Yeah, easy shooting for the Zenyatta, absolutely slamming them with his ults of destruction. Skyfoot Goats, you could argue that they overspend that fight using the 3 check marks to secure it, but secure it they do. What the Hell still would have their rally for the next fight. Will have essentially everything else. Izzy and Arik splitting to make sure they can invest these supports when necessary is going to be probably the name of the game. Watch for some interesting angles from the Lucio and Zen respectively.
Yeah, it's important that they use these tools to their advantage as they are down on those tank ultimates, but building towards that Shatter is Sanro, and they have to invest the trance on the side of What the Hell to keep their tank alive. Crafters, the grab comes through inside that trance engine, so I believe the Shatter went wayward from Crafters, can't stun out anything, and now the grab invests on the other side. The bomb doesn't get anything out, the beat comes through, and that's a big slam. D-back on Galaxy, but it's not going to matter as the ping comes through from Sanro. Aggression on the Reinhardt, Discord are up, so have to prevent that swing for a little bit, but it's going to get these final blows. Eventually Zarya tick down, the Diva potentially demech. They might be able to kite this one back to spawn, but no, there's the death finally coming through, and it's great work from Skyfoot Goats, down on ults but up on members as they build towards ults for this next fight.
Yeah, Samro looking so free right now, just able to walk through the enemy team, swinging as he does, and obviously the hammer drop to find that fight win. What the Hell spent everything. 10% left to go. They need to find a touch as well, and they've got a bomb and a rally to stop them even getting through the choke.
Yeah, Galaxy has that bomb to use if they want to do so, and of course that grab can stall them in place, but I believe the Diva is the target they're trying to demech, and getting out that mech is huge. Yoshi can't make that touch. The Shatter comes through from Sanro. It's another one up, and it's another few members down for What the Hell as they fall to an indomitable Skyflock Ghost. Once more 100-0 in the first point of Lijiang. It's akin to the series they played earlier in this day, and of course, I mean, when you 2-0 What the Hell in previous, starting off with a 1-0, you're looking for the 3-0, and you can see how they did so.
Yeah, I think, like we said, this first round kind of had to be where What the Hell found their success, because of, you know, the momentum, all that. Doesn't happen. I'm a bit worried for them. I didn't actually notice Crafters started the remake there. But also worth mentioning, of course, is that last time they played, it was 2-0. This is kind of what we expect to see, and this is looking like shades of that winners round 6 as Skyfoot Goats fail to take a death.
Yeah, it's such good defensive work. They're so good at sticking with one another. Sanro, of course, not getting punished as much because Crafters was the one to suffer victim to those stuns and boots. But I mean, Azuya gets a pick actually. It's a huge find onto the Zarya, but Lucio is never nice. So it's a 1-for-1 in very interesting fashion. Changes the dynamics of this fight entirely. The fire strikes come through onto Discord to targets, and Crafters once more the first tank to fall for What the Hell following Aero's boop, and now whipped and pinned. Slightly down in the corner. It's going to be a continuation of Skyfoot Goats. They lose their tank and Sanro, but they will cap the point.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, Lucio for Zara is a trade you take literally every day of the week. Projected Bubble is one of the most, if not the most important cooldown in this composition, and taking care of it so valuable. Izuya making like Lee J go on. Seen some great boops from him today. Angles for another one. It could have been huge, but instead it's a big maybe as what the hell's down the map.
But the pin, I mean, the Shatter's already available. The transfer's been used early doors, so it can't be used as a defensive tool. The pin is nice to force Aaron into a corner, but the Shatter comes through. Doesn't get anything, I don't quite think so. The stun comes through on his own head, and Crafter's first time for the Rhine to win the Rhine duel does so in good fashion, allows his team to re-enter this point, but booped potentially by Galaxy, who at 60 Azuya finds the first. Bomb doesn't land onto anything, but the Zyra down again, and the grab comes through from Bronzer inside the beat, but eventually that effective HP is going to fall. So low HP is for Lucio, but stays alive here. Yoshi invests their own bomb, but gets Firestruck out in the baby form. Crafter takes down Arik though, and Zia does get the teammate onto Galaxy, so it looks like what the hell, we're going to finally close out this fight, but up to 50 our Skyfox goes.
Yeah, that they are. Late kill as well. Coming through onto the remaining members of Skyfoot Goats. The cap will come through, but the flip coming after the kills means that what the hell, get no percentage for free. Skyfoot Goats can make them work for everything that they earn. And though this next fight will probably be pretty easy for them, Grav and Shatter unanswered, after that is where you've got to be pretty worried. Fire Strike in, no picks found, high charging result already. What can you do with it?
I mean, if Arik can evade the Shatter, they can trans up for that one, but then they wouldn't have to the grab, you're right, but Sanro has the Shatter of his own, has to play this one aggressively, gets booped away initially, and is off the map the first time, a huge in, but there's a big Shatter on the side, pinned off the map is Craftus, and I mean, it's a freebie, really. The trans coming out is a massive fumble, I believe, as well for Skyfox Goes. The bomb too? This can't. Oh, okay, Arrow's got a pick onto Zihar, actually, and the pin onto Galaxy is going to keep it in the hands of what the hell. I feel like a couple mistakes made by Skyfox here, enabling the opposition to get into this match.
Totally bizarre fight, and it's still heading on. Trans and Grav as Crafter swings at it. Still alive, still healthy, charging into another Shatter to boot. And what the hell, going to be eclipsing the Skyfoot Ghost percentage in just a second. Another boop attempt from Izuya, but it might just be another Izuya death. And when all is said and done, Skyfoot Goat's now on the back foot.
Yeah, Mr. Bronze, I believe, right-clicking himself to death as well. That secondary fire. At the very least, Skyfox force out a lot of ults from what the hell, but the Ryan's already 2/3 to a Shatter. Yoshi's already built up another bomb. There's the beat available, rally coming soon. They're missing some defensive utility with the Transcendence, which Skyfox have themselves, and they have that Shatter from Sanro, but it's been unable to connect massively so far. Zia finally gets a boot, and that Lucio on the other side finds the first this time. The ping comes through, but with the two picks on the side of what the hell, Acai taking down Tapioca too, it gives advantage to them. Here's Galaxy and Sanro who can turn the tide though with the beat from Izuya. They stay alive, but the Shatter's huge onto the ground is Izuya, and Arik too. The opposing Shatter doesn't connect with enough. Sanro down as well, and it's going to be point number 2 the way of what the hell. Surely? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. There's the tick finally, ticking over, and it's great from Zia there to find that boop early doors.
Much better, obviously, from what the hell, adjusting to what their opponents are doing and coming up with some responses. Obviously, I think as well the fact that they end up losing that first fight, they win the retake and they're then capable of holding. I think it's so important here. Retaking on control is incredibly tricky. It's such a snowballing mode, and once we see they do have control, they're able to do so much of it. This fight was stupid, by the way. What happened? How do you... What?
Well, the thing is, Skyfox did a great work staying alive here, but they invested too much into it to actually win out the fight. They forced ults from what the hell, but of course with those ults they did win it, and that was, you're right, that snowballing mode of holding control. And I mean, yeah, the scoreboard looks brutal for what the hell, but when you're 1-1, it doesn't really matter, because it's all because of on the first point, they didn't get any picks whatsoever. Now heading, and the teams opt to rotate into different angles once more, moving towards other rumors. The what the hell side, boots back in is Craftus and staying towards his computers, and the stun comes out as well, but it's going to be Sanro the first to fall this time, and it looks like what the hell are really finding their footing in this map so far. A tough map, point 1, but on point 2 and 3 they're looking stalwart.
That they are... No one's capping the point though, guys. Thank you. Real control of the point. We have an early Shatter. Choke controlled as well, but it's a bit awkward that we don't get that percentage as early as maybe we'd want to. Still, Skyfoot Goats, a retake is more than a possibility, especially if Izuya finds some good beat value here.
Yeah, here comes Izuya's beat, aggressive, into the face of Zarya, boots him back as well, the pin, Shatter, oh my god, Sanro is still alive here, Tapioca for 2 as well, and that is going to be a great fight from Skyfox Goats. They use the aggression, to perfection, and Crafters can't turn it with that shatter.
No, absolutely not. Asai able to get the one. Azuya dead again, but that happens. Azuya might just be Lee Jae got reincarnated. I'm willing to say it. Listen, Skyfall Goats, 5 ults. Only spending that beat means they have everything bar the beat, but what the hell, everything bar the shatter. This game's a really heavy ult fight, but will the impact or sustainability win out?
It's a great grab, holding them up high. Crowns comes through, the bomb goes behind, but Galaxy gets 2 and nothing on the side of Yoshi. So bomb win out for Skyfall Goats means in this ult fight, they're going to take it forwards. And so much invested by What the Hell, they only have the rally remaining. And Skyfall Goats still hold on to their shatter and their own rally, so they're still 1 up. And of course, Azuya gets to build up 60 towards
Galaxy.
that beat.
I think I will call it farming ult charge, maybe teabagging. Either way, will not be punished for it. What the hell, as you mentioned, only the rallies. Skyfall Goats can return with one of theirs, but Azuya close to that beat as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Ahead of it now, Skyfall Goats, and they're fighting towards this left side. It's a nice stun away, but pinning forward is Sanro, has the shatter available. When he opts to swing this hammer, is a huge boon for the side of Skyfall Goats, and it's a big slam, down with 3, I believe, but staying alive with those boops and those whips. Oh, what the hell? They're doing a good job to stay alive defensively here, but they have to get in here, and that's Azuya ulting to force them away. The trance comes through as a defensive tool for Asai, and Arrow finds the first onto Sanro. The shatter from Crofters is big as well. The slam's down, and the death soon to follow. Surely it's a nice boop and a nice whip once more to keep Crofters away from the swings, but now with Azuya down, the speed is lost. The bomb is invested, which is potentially an over-investment from Yoshi, but nonetheless, the fight goes their way.
Fight win's a fight win, and with your opponent taking up to 80-ish%, you need to secure it. Maybe an over-investment, sure, but I don't hate it whatsoever. Skyfall Goats, by no means flush either, but a grab bomb combo might be enough to win the fight early.
Yeah, they got 2 with the Briar in that similar combination, but here comes bomb. No grab invested alongside it. It does find Crafters too. It's a lovely bash, and the D-Mech as well. So Galaxy with an effective 3. As Arik follows up with 2 of their own. There's then firing some heads and get the right click as well into the face of the Brig. The Discord does bring them down in the end, and that should really be point the way of Skyflock. They will have a retouch, what the hell, but it's going to be awkward and it's going to be scrappy, and the ults on the side of Skyflock with that grab still available and the rally trance are looking good.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful.
Yes, excellent timing. Crafters blocked away as well. They need to make it to the point. The shatter doesn't, actually it does, it slams down 2. It's big from Sanro. They push forward onto the Zarya 2 Arrow. Very healthy, going to take a lot of time to kill, so they are going to flip this point, but they do take down the Zarya, and now can return onto this one. Arik has to be careful to not extend too far, as does Sanro, but getting some damage onto the Reinhardt does make it difficult to clear Crafters to find any space in this one. Down now is the Rhine. It's just as them behind the wall alongside that D.Va, who finds one. Yoshi does well and has the bomb available, but killed in the baby form, and the beat comes through just in case. But that is great work there from Skyflock Goats, who were contested heavily by What the Hell, who looked like they'd recovered some form in Lijiang, but still fall down 2-1.
That they do. Tested somewhat after a very dominant night market, but they're still able to find that win. And as you mentioned, got 1-0 in our series. Remember, in the losers bracket, there is no second chances. You simply have to win here or go home, and making it into the grand finals, you have to imagine is the goal here, right? What the hell? Fantastically played at times, but simply not enough. A slow start to the series, severely costing them, because that Skyflock one step closer to their rematch towards 6 inches.
Yeah, it was, I think, once more just some outstanding ult usage from Skyflock, as is the case in the Goats format, with Galaxy getting a few nice bomb kills in control center. That's the way they won that point, but in the first, it was the fact they won that first fight so cleanly, it allowed them to snowball their ultimates in perfect fashion. What the hell? Excellent performance over here on the second point. Of course, retaking on control is never easy, and winning out some awkward fights. But Skyflock, I don't think, played their best game towards point 2 Lijiang. So definitely works to be done for improvement here, which brought them to the third of control center. As we're going to head towards what is likely King's Row, I think both teams can feel relatively content with the fact they're competitive in this series.
Yeah, I'd say so, but I think What the Hell Goes need to make sure they're starting much faster. You can't take a random pilot. That bash is beautiful. Craft-S.
Yeah, it's great.
Lunch 20 stolen. Beautiful work, but simply can't be making mistakes like that as well. Let's be realistic. Oh, take a look at this. Galaxy 2 deaths. That's a small number.
That's a very small number. And I think with the high damage too, it's not like they were just surviving 35 and 2, most kills, least deaths. Great performance from the D.Va, and of course on the other side, Yoshi, highest deaths combined with lane on their team, 10 for them. So that D.Va duel going the way of Skyflock in great fashion, and overall it's a solid performance. I do think the scoreboard's a little bit harsh on what the hell due to that first point, but because the numbers compared to stats is just it is what it is. But definitely need to be speedier on King's Row because you don't have time on a map like that to start slow.
Absolutely not. Of course, there's a chance we don't go to King's Row. We'll be honest with you. Will we not go to King's Row? We're going to King's Row.
Okay, we're going to King's Row.
But I had to say it, I had to say it. They might think, Mr. Wacker's up there saying, you have to play Li Jiang, then King's Row, then Hanamura, and he's not. We just don't believe in originality here in EU GOATs. So, King's Row coming through, as you mentioned, a slow start is it's an impossibility here. You do that and you're finding yourself down 0-2 pretty bloody fast. So what the hell? Starting quick, going to be the name of the game, and as you mentioned as well, Yoshi, you got to lock in. There's no two ways about it. Galaxy is kind of running your pockets right now, and so a little bit more performance from that side of things, and we could be seeing a very close game indeed.
Yeah. Checking out the underground stations the teams get to spawn in here, and in a shock of a fashion, we're looking at exactly the same team comps. Tapioca yet blocking that Brigitte, but of course we'll have to do so. So nothing variable, but this is probably the least variable map, other than maybe that Ana potentially coming through for some nade value. But I think, what the hell, on that defensive side, it's harder, I think, on defense a little bit, because you want to play so aggressive in GOATs. You want to be that W key team, and on defense you have to pick that timing of that aggression so much more precisely. Overextending is much more punished, and we saw in the previous series a little bit of a step to the left hand side that forced a big death around that statue. So Crafters has to be careful of that one.
So if the same mistake manifests, very few 5-ups, of course, manifesting. Asai and Arik looking for him. Plenty of damage eaten by Crafter, on a poorly timed swing, but not that too much.
Yeah, I mean, 57% though onto that ult, but so close to the Shatter already compared to Sanro's damage, and the stun comes through onto the tank as well. Low HP as that Rhine, and down early. Yoshi gets demexed, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem because Arrow is followed onto Arik as well. So it's a good first fight from What the Hell, building up towards that Shatter and close to that Transcendence as well.
Very early bubble coming through there from Mr. Bronzer. It's so easy to land the bash and then the discord, and when you get bashed and discorded, you're just dead, simply put, without a support to bail you out. And so with the Transcend, it's going to make it easier against anything your opponents want to do, but they're so far away from their CC ults that it's almost a non-factor at this point. A Craft Dash Shadow could be huge.
Yeah, rotating through here. The Shatter has to be big. The stun is nice to slow it down, but doesn't come at the best time. And the Shatter is ginormous. Hitting the bomb, have to block it away. Does get up in time, but still Zia down. That's unfortunate because the Lucio trades himself, and that's going to be advantage potentially to Skyfall Goats. The trance comes through, push forward. Now it's the reverse trance from Arik as well to keep the teams alive. And the Shatter has now been blocked by the Sanro, but doesn't connect on too much. I don't believe the pin. Going to connect onto lane though. The breakdown, and Aslay as well, potentially stunned up and dead. Mr. Bronzer follows up in good stead as well, and Skyflock Goats, after losing the first team fight, look great on the second.
What a huge mistake, good lord. Pinning the bomb into the path of the Lucio. Listen, I don't know if Ziha was going to live, but you're not doing him any favors if you randomly change the trajectory of a self-destruct, right? So it's absolutely blasted. You're down your Lucio, can't match the beat, can't even invest the beat, because that first point goes relatively quickly, and now a pretty gargantuan time bank to whittle down.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes is, I mean, more than that, is a beautiful place to be for Skyflock Goats. Have the grab available, does Aero, who's looking to posture up and hang them up high if possible, but there's the bomb behind, so no damage to follow up on this grab early doors. It's potentially mistimed, but there comes the bomb themselves, slamming in, stuns up the Reinhardt, and Sanro's down. Lane finds one, the D-Mech onto Galaxy 2, and looking to slam out that D.Va who can't remech in time. There's Yoshi with the micro missiles to prevent any remech damage onto Crafters, and following on to the Arik Zenya. So it's a good fight here from What the Hell.
It is, but they probably should be trying to go for the stair hold, to be honest here. I think it's an easy way of getting some extra time off the bank, but not lacking, I guess lacking the confidence to go for it is going to cost them slightly. Going to have to play simply pristine in the standard setup, and high ground rotate being completed is going to just flip them up entirely.
Yeah, Sanro behind with the shatter, and it's actually Skytalk. Craftus is going through, sorry, and doesn't land for anything, but Sanros does get a big slam, and that's going to be swinging forward. Chance comes out to keep them alive, though, just in time from Aricus. Great timing on that one, but here's grab available for Bronzer at 2. Does get eaten by Yoshi in great fashion, because they didn't have that defensive tool of Acai to stay alive here. Ned's to beat as well, and the grab shatter. They've invested so much into this one, they have to win it. You'd imagine what the hell, and they are going to do so.
As you mentioned, though, it would be pretty cataclysmic if you didn't. You need the D-Mech too. It is that simple. You might as well bomb here if you're Galaxy, because if you get staggered, then you have to remech. You have to reset your ultimate anyhow. But what the hell? You've only got a trans. Skyfoot Goats have a little bit more than that with the beat, with the shatter, close to a rally 2 boot. They just have to back up. They have to wait for their numbers. What the hell? They pay in blood for that semi-hold, and even then the cart's still rolling forward. Skyfoot Goats are feeling great about themselves.
Yeah, it's Arik to get the final burn to the lane before they die, and that's a big mistake for what the hell. But Acai taking down the Brigitte on the reverse side, the Xenon to Brig is a big find this time for Skyfoot Goats, dying and backing away. It's almost the same story, but in reverse. What the hell going to press on this advantage? It's done out the Rhine, but the right click doesn't land for Acai. That's unfortunate, because that's going to be big damage. And now backing you once more. It's just back and forth here, like a little seesaw, a little swing, a little pendulum. The shatter comes out and doesn't connect it too much, and the beat has come through on the back of it, but Croft is stunned away, Discord up, and that's the tank down. Big find, the Transcendence a little bit too late for Acai, who's pushing forward with the team. The Diva has to back to safety. Isn't going to be able to do so in time. Maybe Remake just about alive, actually. The Trans is invested as well to keep the rest of Skyfox alive. The grab is huge, though, sitting in this one. So many players up high, hanging forwards, and they're just going to die to the Skyfox Ghost damage.
Yeah, that they are. Little nice try there, but Cart still now rolling for Skyfoot Goats. Remember, we saw them get stymied here, so it's going to be a great mental boon for them if they can, in fact, find the victory instead.
Yeah.
What the hell? Have great tools for recontest. Make no mistake about it, but walking into a shatter, always tricky. Bomb deep, the shatter too.
Oh, Zia down to Galaxy's bomb. That's a big find. Lucio dead and no beat available. What the hell? Have a strugglesome street ahead of them with Mr. Bronze and Galaxy following on with damage. They've got nothing to give here. They're not going to invest any ults as well. Because I mean, why would you, right? You've basically lost the fight as it's begun. Potentially able to turn it around if you got maybe a big bomb out, but I don't know if Yoshi even built it up in time.
Yeah, I mean, your Lucio just can't die to bomb. It really is that simple. There should be a bubble for you. You should just not be in the way. You're so fast, right? But happens because that Skyfoot Goats now a very decent chance to cap with time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great start here. The shatter comes through. The Trans used defensively once more, and the beat now used to flip it forward. Mirrored this time with those sound barriers, so the speed on both sides, aggression in the faces, swinging the hammers, crafters. But the Galaxy's the first to find one onto Acai, and with the big grab onto the members of What the Hell. They're caught in this corner. They're down so quick, and the Stagger not quite found there. Is going to get that group respawn, but you're not too mad about it, as Crafters is the one to respawn alongside.
That's true. What the hell? Do have technically an ult advantage here, but they have to get out and they need to touch. Because of that, they have to take so much damage on the walk up. Slam! Huge!
Yeah, it's massive from Crafters, and you have to wonder what Skyfoot Goats are looking at, because you've got to suspect the Shatter's coming in, but they're staying alive on this point. And Galaxy has taken down Acai again, so they're then down. That boom is beautiful from Azuya. Crafters off the map. That could be the push for Skyfoot Goats, but Aero continue on some high damage. Azuya has to speed away, gets the bubble back to safety. And it's a bit of a mistake there from Skyfoot not being aware of where the Rhine could come from.
Yeah, I mean, he can only come from 2 chokes, and we're not set up for either. I'm not really sure about that. Tapioca, I believe, 5-0, bit peak. Just gonna wait some time now as the cart is making its way back from the brink. What the hell? Some good ults to invest. This has to be their try, though. It's just over a minute. 5 check marks. One has to find success.
Yeah, getting that sub-minute is always nice for What the Hell with that hole, but they want to push to overtime at the very least. The grab comes through and stuck in it, and many of the members, but the Shatter's lovely as an almost defensive tool to put the damage onto the grab. Acai does find Tapioca, but pinned down is Ziho. Once again, the Lucio falling in a fashion you wouldn't expect them to. Arik, though, trades down the Zen. The Shatter's lovely from Costas, though, keeps the fight in the head of What the Hell. They get the kill on the back of it to Sanro. Yoshi is that one to find that one. The fire strike through gets DM'd away, but Aero gets the pick, and now taking down Azuya on the cart. Lucio looking to get a sneaky little extra bit of meterage, but can't do so. And now it's a Diva stuck, and if they get D-Mech and staggered here, that's brutal.
Well, there's the D-Mech. stagger though, not
And
too
there's-
brutal, and Ziha dies again for what seems to me like little reason. 18 seconds left to go. Sure, your Lucio will be back a little bit faster than the Diva, but you wanted that forward hold. It's no longer a possibility. What the hell? Transcendence online early, but the Shatter kind of has to be what they put their Hail Mary into.
Yeah, Kratos has that big slam. Yoshi with the bomb available as well, and the grab too. So lots of tank ults for what the hell. But on the side of Sanro, there's the shatter too. Here comes that trance, into grab, into shatter. The slam down, the bomb through. Nothing found for either team so far, but the pin could get lane, and that's the root down. The shatter on the other side from Craftus slams down a couple, and Sanro almost off the map with a boot, but stays alive here. Craftus finds the pin onto them in the end, but Galaxy and Mr. Bronze are looking to turn it around. Ziha stays alive here this time. The Lucio finds Arik, still ticking, still going, has to be available, keeps the team ahead and healthy. The sound barrier is lovely. The Galaxy though takes down Arrow in that one. Doesn't quite connect onto it, I believe. The overhealth not available here, and Mr. Bronze has such high charge that the beams coming through. Galaxy finds the punch to Kratos as well. Ziha gets another boot, staying alive as the Lucio once more, but down. Finally, in the final fight, it's going to be the cap for Skyfloor Ghosts. They get it surely, but no contesting forward. It's going to be low HP. The D is lovely, keeps him alive. The Zarya still ticking. The bomb comes through as well. D-Mech and Yoshi is good, but they're recontesting still in the cart. The bubble comes through. Arrow's got the bubble through, still alive. The grab is lovely, though. Surely that's going to be death for what the hell. They recontest once more. The boop is nice. The trans is there to stay alive here, but no picks coming through with the Rhino cart. They have to find some value here. Ziha down, and that's going to be it. Surely that's going to be it. Crafter still ticking, still sticking. Galaxy low HP, but getting the health in the end, and they are going to full cap after what feels like 7 years on the final 5 meters.
Pretty long overtime, I think, is a bit of an understatement there. Long enough, at least, that Arik can swap Moira in overtime for a late touch, charge up to a Coalescence, and dump it just after the cap comes through. So, a lot of progress was made in that battle. I'll put it that way. Yeah, we just troll on Lucio so hard. It's just a bit peak, to be honest.
I bet. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, both teams again can be somewhat content. I think what the hell are not the happiest. I think they could have full held this, but getting to overtime is a win condition. But it does feel like Route 66 in the previous series for Skyflock here, where it was like we were speaking positively about the fact they had a win con in their hold, but they didn't get to cap at all. So for what the hell, they need to attack in great speed.
This is true. They get over a minute and they are feeling pretty comfortable about themselves. Another gander at the stats here. 25k. Again, the highest damage from the Zar. No big surprises here. The big surprise, though, is going to be the death. Izuya, Mr. Bronzer, and Galaxy all keeping it sub 5. Your opponents, 7, 8. Yoshi at 6. It's a bit rough, and, it's a lot better in the Diva 1v1, but I think we're kind of at the point now where it's more coming down to some maybe awkward attempts at remakes, at bombs, and of course just the general success of your team. Skyfoot Goats now on the defense. Didn't work out so well for them last time. See if they can redeem themselves here on King's Row.
Yeah, Ziha needs to be a little bit safer as well. 3, I believe, unnecessary uncalled for deaths. Looked great in that final fight to keep the team in it, but dying early. This time it's Lane, actually. Arik with the first find. So what the hell? Their attack stifled before it even gets going. Staggering out that Diva in a decent amount of time as well. Actually going to get that group respawn. So Yoshi can be happy that they're with the team at the very least.
Yeah, it's a bit sloppy, but such is life. You can take these fights so fast that you don't lose a high amount of time, especially what you do on live patch. So you see you being picked first and we're back out within 20 seconds.
Yep.
What the hell? Didn't lose too much, but that 30% lead on Trans is going to be a definite issue, especially if it gets to the point in the fight where we need to ult.
I'm looking at that bomb as well for Galaxy. Has the remake opportunity, but also can find so many picks because the bashes from Tapioca have been great. But Ziha gets pinned, and again, how is the Lucio dying in a way like that is a question you must ask. Sanro is going to combine onto Crafters as well. And despite being on point, they're not going to get a single tick as the Zen's going to fall eventually. Makes it a little bit uncomfortable for Mr. Bronzer, but does survive out, does Cesaria, gets 3 to boot.
That they will. What the hell? Again, little progress found so far. Skyfloat Goats better ult economy. This is probably going to be a lost fight for what the hell. Let's be realistic about it. The aim of the game here is getting the most ults out as possible.
Oh my goodness, it was not even the bash. The bash was late, I believe, but it still found 3 before the bomb exploded. It had to be. Surely it was the bash. Surely I'm like delusional, right?
It was a boot from Zia.
Okay.
Yeah.
There it was.
Zia is actually doing the most on the loose, so I have to say. We haven't had to say another main sports name nearly so much today, and a late kill as well onto Yoshi with the D-Mech. Things go from bad to worse from what the hell. This is so rough.
I was so focused on the flying Briggs, and it's the speed walling Lucio who gets that boop, and it's big for the bomb, and they have the shatter around too, so Sanro looking for it, and it's ginormous. They just can't get out. What the hell? Every ult used here for Skyflock Ghost is getting immense value, and even in the infinite from neutral, they found that the bomb comes through, and this time Sanro is not going to make the mistake of pinning that one towards the team like a certain Lucio death we saw earlier in the map. So still so strong as Skyflock goes.
Yeah, there they are. What the hell now? Running out of room, running out of time. Grab through, so's the bomb.
Yeah, the bomb gets caught in that grab, so not going to find any offensive finds for Galaxy, but there's then with the trance on the beat to keep them alive here. Slam doesn't connect onto Marchi. The Z is down first once more, and your Lucio cannot be dying like this. Shatter invested for an interesting reason, stuck in that shield, so it's a good block out for Craftus, and stays alive just the Reinhardt, putting damage onto the Diva, but now low HP as Craftus has to back away and can't quite do so, loses some of that speed without Ziha's Lucio, who does have to get back to the spawn door so they don't die once more.
Yeah, the voices might have told Sanro to drop the shatter, but the fight's winning in their favor anyway, so it's hard to be too mad about it. Grab bomb online. What the hell, pretty skin. Minute left to go, and they are, again, they're running out of time. If it's not this chance, it has to be the next one.
Okay, this time no value found. The ping comes from the Ryan, but cancelled out away. It's smart from Xanro to stay alive here. The grab keeps them up high, hanging them, and they don't get any deaths upon it. But look how low she is. Yeah, Devic comes through, but the grab is lovely. Inside it, they can find a pick shortly, but Arik's looking to do great damage here. Continues on, and Galaxy finds one as well. So it's going to be another fight won, despite some congestion from what the hell. They can't quite make it through the damage of Galaxy and Arik.
Yeah, as he announced to say, just 30 seconds left. That's last fight territory for what the hell. Ult's not so bad in their favor. Almost 5 check marks if Yoshi can charge into a self-destruct in time. Skyfoot Goats don't have the same amount, but by no means are they strapped for catch. Bomb in.
Oh, it's a lovely beat though to keep the team alive. The bash comes through to the wrong target as well, so getting to the point is necessary. Viha's so low though, can't make it in time. The shatter's big as well. Do they even get a touch? I don't know if they do. And they do make it just about in time, on the point. Galaxy has taken on Ziha early again, but the shatter is lovely. Down on the ground on multiple targets. Mr. Bronze down. Acai finds the pick, but didn't get it before line forward. And with Galaxy onto Acai too, it looks like the HP is just dwindling too low. 10 HP on your Craftus, who is down. The bomb comes through, and it's just not going to be enough. The remake doesn't get anything too good either. And that's a great hold from Skyflock Goats. What the hell? Unable to get out here. Perfect defensive hold from Skyflock. Their ults were incredible. Galaxy, I think, had a bomb in every single fight after the first. And that was just making it difficult for them to find the right positioning, because even if it wasn't getting picked, they were forced into awkward, uncomfortable angles. They weren't grouped in the way they wanted to be.
Indeed. Because of that now, reverse sweep needed if they want to find the grand final, else they'll be going down possibly empty-handed in much the same manner as that much earlier winners round 1. Sanro, I mean, just so free on the Reinhardt. Craftas had his moments, but also had some less memorable ones, we'll say.
Yeah, I just think the
Jackson
punishment
Shatter
of
as well.
it felt like Ziha struggled a lot to stay alive in this one, and maybe that's good targeting from Skyflock Ghost. We can give them credit there, but I feel like, and of course that first death with the bomb was not really on the Lucio there when your rider's pinning it into you, but other than that, there was multiple moments where it felt questionable there, and they just didn't build up the barriers fast enough or didn't have them to invest. But on the attack side, it was just brutalization. There's that boop you were talking about, a beautiful 3-piece from Galaxy, and then the later bomb's just there to into positioning. The shatter should never slam down 3, but does so in great fashion. Yeah, it's just excellent. It's just excellent.
Yeah, very well executed, of course. As you mentioned, shatters, the bash in general, beautiful. Of course, we saw that lovely boop up into the bomb. And one more gander at the stats at King's Row. Izu is 44 and 2. Galaxy
2 deaths.
3 and 3. Mr. Bronze is 49 and 4. It's big numbers, and unfortunately, nothing we really see duplicated. Lane is negative 11 and 14.
Galaxy
is
has doubled the
13 and 14
of Yoshi.
Yeah.
It just is brutal. It was an absolute brutalization. Acai doing a chunk of damage and a chunk of healing, really having a decent performance on this end, but when the rest of the team is struggling to make it forwards, it's difficult to work with. And I just think You're right. Great execution here from the side of Skyflock Goats. And moving towards this third map, we saw Route 66 prior, and you said it was a slightly interesting pick, slightly off what we were expecting to see. So maybe we can get something interesting coming into this one as they look to start the reverse sweep. But again, without any hero bans to take advantage, losing is just kind of bad in this. There's not really much you can get from it.
Losing is bad. Words to live by.
Losing is bad.
Well, on that sobering bombshell, it's time for us to leave you for 2 minutes or so. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, possibly the conclusion of our losers final. What the hell? Either complete the reverse sweep versus Skyfall Goats, or don't even get it started. And either way, see you in a second.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
Hello and welcome back to CGL EU Goats. We're in the lowers. We're in the match before the final. It's losers round 4 with What the Hell versus Skyflock Goats. And Skyflock Goats currently find themselves 2-0 to the good after winning out the standards of Lijiang and King's Row. And it's just been, I think, overall an excellent performance. What the Hell looked good on Lijiang, but not quite good enough. And then on King's Row, it was just a complete dominance. I'm Sam and I'm joined by Spectrion as we take you further on in this series.
Well, we have a curveball for you. We have something unique, something new map for us today. It's going to be Temple of Anubis that has been picked into by What the Hell. It's an interesting one for sure. Definitely a lot of iconic plays have happened on this map. I can think of Seagull finishing a map in, was it 27 seconds?
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. Think of AKM charging a blade in 3 minutes 45 seconds. that's kind of it, really. To be honest, this map is
Note how
horrible.
the two memorable moments were Genji plays and we're playing goats here, so nothing,
Yep.
nothing really to work with here. There's a few bug abuses on Temple of Anubis as well, but I think this map might be the worst map in Overwatch history. So
No, Horizon. Oh,
ooh,
I hate Horizon so much.
Ooh.
It's unplayable nonsense.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about Horizon. That's how bad it was. It's
was
not.
one of
It's,
the
it's,
I suppose that was taken out of rotation before they killed 2CP as a mode as well. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Paris.
Paris, yes.
That was a bad map.
Yeah,
This was just a
also
bad
awful.
mode. This was just a bad mode,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
2CP
But
is just terrible. Yeah.
Temple of the mediocre of a bad bunch, and we'll see what we go towards. I'm assuming we'll just stick towards the standards. I mean, I guess if we're going to see creativity anywhere, maybe it's on this pooey map, but I don't think we will. I don't even know what like Winston offers you here, right? Like,
Don't go Winston. If you do, I'll laugh at you. Like,
yeah,
I
okay.
don't know what to say.
That sounds about right to me. But for Skyflock Goats, of course, heading towards presumably this series victory, of course, a reverse sweep on the cards for What the Hell, but very difficult to move towards. Skyflock Goats will want this sweep because they want to feel as confident as possible, heading towards 6 inches combined in the uppers. And for What the Hell, I mean, if you get a reverse sweep, then you're going to be feeling on top of the world, but you will also have just played 2 5 mappers. So it's kind of tough nonetheless. Like, I feel for What the Hell in the position they found themselves in, because no matter kind of what they do here, they're going to be exhausted and going to be struggling to win out the entire tournament, but at least here they can play for a reverse sweep and potentially get a map on the board on Temple at least.
I think the most Overwatch I played in a day was like a full best of 7, and after that I was actually like exhausted. I wanted to go to bed immediately. So if I played 10 maps and they told me I had to play like at least 4 more, nah, I'm good.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
It's not happening, straight up. What the hell? An uphill battle for sure,
Oh dear.
going to be asked of them. Skyfloat Goats. Attacking here is kind of awkward. The rotates are a little bit awkward. Your opponents get the chokes control for free. As long as you don't do anything like 5-orbing the enemy spawn at a bad timing and get Roto hooks, then we should be fine. Especially because Roto's not in the game. I will say, I do miss this spawn room. That was a cool spawn room.
It is one of the best spawn rooms we have. It's a great one, and maybe the best feature of the map as a whole as we roll out towards the attack side. And you're right, it's a difficult one. Again, sort of expect of a first cap probably, and then a second cap unlikely. But we saw on Haramura that the first cap didn't come through for the underdogs that were Skyflock Goats, but now finding themselves as the advantageous team, we'd expect them to do so. Now they rotate through to the side room, and they've made it through the main choke, but they have to make it through the second one here.
They do. They slam so far by the spam, but they have to walk eventually. They can't just keep spamming forever.
And they're going to swing through, and the boop is lovely. Now out of position is Sanro, and down to Ziha. That's great work from the Lucio. They are going to push this advantage though. Aero tracking onto the Lucio, gets to the bubble, but they don't even care about charging up their position Zarya. They just want that pick. They're going to demec Galaxy, but is able to get away to safety at the very least.
I mean, the enemy Zarya is going to get charged. It's going to happen,
Yeah.
being realistic. It's just so hard to control what damage you get in this composition. But, seeing how things work out as we appear to just AFK for a bit. You let them rotate, you let them make their play, and then we collapse on it.
Yeah, but low HP once more. Sanro. The bomb comes through. It's just a stun. Are they going to find anything? Yoshi good for 2. Tapioca and Arik down. The slam from Sanro is nice, but the Rhine is so low they can't follow up on it. It is Mr. Bronzer to take the pick onto lane, but the trance comes through to prevent any further damage. Ziha, though, doesn't stay inside that trance distance for long enough, so dies to Mr. Bronzer. Once more, Sanro with a fire strike as well. The slams come through with the swings, and Kraft so to take down the opposition number, but Mr. Bronzer takes another member down. On the point now, fighting forward. The bubble comes through onto the Diva, keeping them alive, and they have a grab available. They're going to use it and cap onto the opposition. Zarya going to beam down the Diva too, and Yoshi does get another G-Mech in the time being, but they are going to look to cap forward on this. Yoshi can retouch to prevent any furthers, but it looks like they're in a good spot. Our Skyflock Goats.
Yeah, there they are. Cap comes through on the first point. 2-minute hold. You really can't shake a stick at it. Hard to complain, but equally, you want a full hold, so neither team going to be too mad about it. It's sailing the second point that's going to be the real challenge. 5 minutes is given for a reason. This is going to be an uphill battle. But Skyflock Goats have been good for it before.
Yeah, every tick matters here on this second point of Temple of Anubis. The shatter available for Craftus, who's posturing around this corner, hiding a little bit sneaky, gets stunned away. Can't invest the shatter as of yet, but the stun comes through onto Sanro, and there's a big pin. Down is the opposition Reinhardt. The bomb well invested, the shield broken down for Craftus for cancelling forward. Demek is Yoshi. There's the shatter onto many members, but Transcendence comes through to keep him alive. He can't follow through on it. Mr. Bronzer gets the beam onto Yoshi too, and it's looking like Skyfall Ghosts are making something of this. The beat comes through as well, keeping them high pressure onto the opposition. What the hell, low on that shield, but still healthy at HP. Sanro back with the shatter. Can get around the angle. There it is. Behind the Zarya, behind Crafters 2 on that Reinhardt. Gets 2 down, but gets spooked away to safety. There's a pin as well onto Yoshi. The beat invested to keep him alive, so no DMEC in the time being, but Zuya's killing Zia as well. Means that Skyfall Ghosts are still in such a good spot. There's the beat. Sorry, the bomb into stall out further, but Yoshi down before the remake can come through. So Skyfall goes through in a great spot here. The respawn's coming through. Can they get on point though?
Touch.
I don't think they can. Yeah.
We wait too long.
I mean, that's great. That's really tough. That's really tough here for what the hell now.
That's not very good. That's my expert analysis here. You lose what, 8 seconds off your clock?
That's my
That is,
caster.
yeah. It's not very good, is all you can really say about it, right? Listen, first point hold, we said this was pretty good, and it was. But unfortunately, you know, just getting double taken like this, simply, essentially not touching, because we could have at least got bodies on the point. Let's be realistic about it. Yeah, it's a great sector.
But it's because they come back from spawn, they get killed early, and then come back from spawn, and they're so locked in on the angles they're fighting that they forget that the Reinhardt's returning. Slams down 2, and it's a great boop there, defensively, but it's not quite enough, and I mean, the stat line's not exactly looking positive for the side of what the hell. They're going to have to turn things around here. Acai actually still putting on a good performance, but that's about as much as we can say for them.
Yeah, I was really struggling with everything, to be honest, unfortunately. It's hard to find too many silver linings for what the hell this point in the game. If they make the comeback happen, it will be the best comeback in CGL history. I'm willing to look at it now. But the odds are frighteningly low.
Yeah, now is probably not the time to gamble on it, because you might just be sinking a few quid, a few dollars. What the hell? We're going to roll out a spawn, and with 3 minutes and 52, of course, we expect them to cap the first point, but Skyflock looking to make amends for their previous 2CP performance and get a full hold here. If they can do so, that'd be great for them, but they don't really need to. They just need to hold in decent fashion, because it's all about that second point. Again, making it through this room is the easy part. It's getting this second doorway handled. The hard part for what the hell, the swings come through from Sanro, looking to beat anyone who comes around the corner, but doesn't quite make any swings. There's Diva, Yoshi low. The boot comes through to Zarya, but it's a nice counter pin to prevent Croft getting a stun on that one. Yoshi, though, takes down Sanro, so it's a good start for what the hell.
That it is. You lose your shield on the push through, but you have the space. You've got the shooting lines. You've got a DMEC and Galaxy to boot. Yet to actually find a final blow on the Diva, but the baby surely can't live that long.
Yeah, if they get the remake, Yoshi's going to be happy about it, but onto the point now, with Aero pushing forward, Mr. Bronze down to Craftus, and with the Zen taking so much damage. So Acai finds Galaxy, but it doesn't really seem like it's going to do too much. The cap is very speedy for what the hell, so that's a great start.
6-minute time bank, absolutely gargantuan, more than possible. They double cap once more, actually have a higher time bank than their opposition, but it all based around this grab and making sure Aero's scale to drop there.
Yeah, it has to be huge ult usage. Croft is stunned away. Does they stay alive? Just about with the Ryan. Getting some extra healing from the team. The grab comes through. Multiple people in that pillar. And the bottom is lovely. They're going to do it, I believe. They're looking great too. The trance is nice to stall it out, but they're at least on the point, surely. And looking to get at least one tick. The breakout comes through. The bomb is there, but dead. In the baby form is Galaxy, so no remake opportunity. Aero makes it back onto point with the right click too. The alternate fire to jump up high. They've capped at least 2 ticks. And Skyflock have to get in here, but they're actually going to have less time. And I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
2 CP, folks at home. This is a mode we played for, what was it, like 5 years?
You know what they should have done? They should have made 3 CP.
I'm sure that would have solved all the problems of the mode, for sure.
Because all I'm seeing here, from my experience of casting this single game, is that they both capped 2 points in very quick fashion. Of course we need a third. It's great. It's great work from what the hell. Incredible ult usage. Impeccable first point cap, and then managed to cap second point even faster. So now advantageous. Oh, what the hell. And Skyfall Ghosts find themselves on a bit of a back foot.
Yeah, they do. minute and a half the difference. You'll note that the time bank does get whittled down, so we don't have to play 6 minutes of OT. But the double cap manifesting for both teams. What the hell, winning off the back of that first point offense currently. See if they can find another double cap, perhaps. Can Skyflock Goats, as they're currently hovering the Moira of all things in spawn. Not something we've really seen today other than as an overtime strat. 15 seconds left to go, though. We would very much expect them to swap back to a Zen.
Yeah, I don't like this.
The character's just too good.
I don't know why you do this, because it's not your defense, it's not your attack side that was the issue, right? They attacked super well. They capped in really good fashion, and it looks this can't be real. Arik is sticking towards that Moira, and this could be a little bit of a mistake here from Skyflock Goats. They are going to stick onto that one, and you have to question the decision. It's going to be very much a comment on if it works or not. That could be the highlight of our conversation shortly. Here comes that healing orb to give some sustain, but you just lose so much damage.
Sticking with the Moira. Trying to tempo up to his coalescence in time. Recognizing the amount of damage you're going to take in this choke. Izuya, Lige guns it. That's a bit peak. You do have the coal though, so you could still go for it anyway.
Yeah, but you can't really afford to lose your Lucio here. They do invest their coalescence a minute and a half now on the clock, but they can't get out this door. Galaxy takes down Asahi. So that's a good fight, but a shatter from Crafters. 90-degree turn. Many heads drop. The bomb comes through, blocked away that D-Mech, of course, onto Yoshi, who invest the bomb themselves to get that remake opportunity. And it's excellent work from Crafters to keep the fight in their favor. Arik sticking towards that Moira still feels like a mistake to me. You've already used the coalescence, and it didn't do anything for you.
I'm not sure about it, but I've seen worse ideas, to be fair, as well. The issue is you walk into the Grav now, and Era has so many opportunities to drop it against the wall and just kill your entire team essentially for free. Lovely connection from SIE. More than that, maybe not even needed.
Yeah, here's that grab. Many members stuck in it, and I believe the D-Mech comes through. There it is before the beat is invested, but the shatter available for Sandro. There it is. Doesn't sound anything, faces the wrong way. And I don't know what that was about, because the shatter comes from the other side. Era's found 2, and the time is now 30 seconds. It feels like Skyflock have lost their marbles a little bit.
Yeah, Cole, I think, came through as well, and then got cancelled immediately, or just achieved, like, nothing. Arik on Zen, I mean, sure, but we really would have liked that transcendence in that previous fight, wouldn't we? SE has it. Of course I'm mirrored, and Yoshi a bomb to boot.
Yeah, and they have to wrap a different angle this time. 10 seconds. I don't know if they even make it. I believe they will, which is a good start. And low HP on the Zen has to get carried alive and stays alive here. They do get onto the point, but the rally comes through from Tapioca, so giving some stalwart position for Skyflock Ghost. They are going to get the first tick at the very least, but the contest comes through now, pressing on that Diva. The bomb comes through from Yoshi. Is it going to connect on anything? Ziha takes down Sanro, which makes it easier for them to connect onto Izuya as well. The overtime wick is down. It's a tick for Skyflock, but it's not good.
It is literally just a tick. They get about 1% over. It's very achievable for their opposition to take this map. 3.5 minutes for 1 tick. They'd lasted about 2 in their own hold.
Yeah.
This feels like a little bit of a dropping the marbles, for lack of a better phrase, right? We could have won here, to be honest. We had 4 minutes. All we had to do was not get double capped.
Yeah, or at least hold a single fight on second point, right? Like double cap is kind of, it's when you have 6 minutes, right? You can definitely believe a double cap coming through, but letting them do it within the first maybe feels like the mistake they made, and potentially moving towards that Moira was a question mark upon their heads, because it didn't exactly work, to say the least. Note how they switched to the Zen, and when they switched to the Zen, they got their first tick.
Indeed. Zen's good, Moira's not. I don't know what to say.
Your job.
Sometimes, listen, it's a very simple explanation. We have to put it to the viewer simply. Exactly. There's no point waxing lyrical. We played a bad hero, so we lost. We play a good hero, we start winning. It's not rocket science here. Listen, Skyflock Goats are starting a good hero, so they'll probably start winning. Whether they can continue that trend, though, is going to come down to consistency, coming down to execution, whether Asai ends up 5-orbing somebody for content.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stream with the delay as well. I just saw that Sanro shatter come through once more, and he just turns and looks towards his entire team instead of the entire opposition, which is a fascinating moment of decision. Perhaps the colours confused here. But again, made it through the easy choke. Now it's the hard one for what the hell this time, but 3 minutes to do so. And with the Zenyatta pick, it should be easier. The beam is nice from Mr. Bronze, but Lucio's just about out of range to die there, so sticking in this room, but they have to make it through at some point.
They do. They have so much time to sit in the neutral. They can just wait for an advantage. They don't need to do anything.
Yep. And that's what they're going to be posturing towards. But the ults are being built by Skyflock faster, so definitely holding advantage on the defensive team, but Mr. Bronze finds Ziha, and that's going to be tough for What the Hell to push forward onwards. Sanro low HP, but Galaxy with a 2-piece. If the Ryan gets stunned out here, it could be nice. Forcing the trance is good, but Arrow down to their own balls, and with that, it's a good hold for Skyfall, but they need at least 2 more of those.
They do, and they're very lucky that What the Hell took that so slowly, because a minute burnt off the bank already. What the Hell, approximately what Skyfox started with. Skyfox, though, 5 ults in which to invest. What the Hell, a little bit far away from their bomb, from their grab, and so Skyfox Goats can maybe leverage this into another fight win. Different rotate, though, but a huge slam!
It's massive, and on the other side, Krafters doesn't get anything going with it. And Sandra's already halfway up to the next one. That is the best shatter we've seen today. That is unbelievable. Is that the way we move away from a Zen Transcendence player of the game? I don't think so, but it might be. And that is exactly what you need for Skyfall. You invest a grab as well, but your Ryan's already halfway to a shatter. Krafters invested their own as well, and you're still heading ahead with the ults, or at least neutral with the ults.
Forgets to shatter reset as well. I believe got cancelled, so he's going for a similar hit.
Yeah, here comes another opportunity for Sanro. Big slam! It's great work from the Ryan once more. The Transcendence this time keeps the team alive, but the beat has to be invested too as a defensive tool. Crafters finds herself under Mr. Bronze, but snowballing is going to be difficult here as What the Hell lose Arrow and lose more as well. Tapioca with 2, I believe, with maybe even 1 swing there, and it's great work here from Skyfox. And it feels like every single time we suspect a team is going to win, they start to lose. What the Hell, though, still lucky to have a minute, but the ults, I mean, they've got the grab, they're close to the 2 other tank ultimates, but defensively they're limited.
This is true. Skyfox Goats having that trans already online is a large boon. Asai needs to finish off his pretty quick tempo, and Skyfox Goats yet another shatter. Samro's doing so much with them. You've got to be quaky and your boots facing it down.
Yeah, and have the bomb as well. So both sides looking for the bomb shatter or the grab shatter. I mean, or the grab bomb. They have so many opportunities. Here comes that grab from Arrow. Takes the Reinhardt down. It's a big find. Sanro down. The bomb comes through. Gets onto 2. Oh dear, the bash maybe to stun it out. And that's going to be Skyfall turning tide of this fight after starting it badly. Crafter stays alive just about here, but dies sooner rather than later. Galaxy gets the pick. Lane takes down Tapioca. It's a nice dagger onto the Brigitte and looks to follow up into more. The Lucio, though, stays alive. It does. Azuya has the beat available as well. And now with 18 seconds, Yoshi's going to get the remake with a grab. Connects onto multiple members. The Trans has to keep him alive here, but that stops him from touching in a way they'd want to. The Lucio is going to be able to get there in time with the Diva helping and the Zarya, but actually solo is Arrow. That's the fire strike. Yoshi trades out Arak, though. There's a big find. Sanra has the shatter available when they want to invest it. Have to use it before they die here. Does it on a baby. Diva connects onto the skull and gets the kill. Low HP, though. Doesn't get the pin connection they want to, but the team is been wiping out the other members in the back lines. Skyfox Goats holding on to this one, and it's going to be a sweep inbound. It's so incredible that they've done this after fumbling their attack side and defense side. They managed to make it work on the final stages of Temple of Anubis. They win 3-0. They make their way to the grand final. They eliminate their opposition and they hold on here.
Play of the game.
Yes.
By What the Hell, but unfortunately simply not enough, not consistent enough. Feels like anytime they put themselves in a winning situation, a winning scenario, they simply weren't able to repeat it on the other half any between another round because of that 3-0. What the Hell, 5-0 in fact against Skyflock Goats throughout the tournament. That's got to feel a little bit rough. I hate to say it, but it's simply how these games tend to go. Skyflock now tee themselves up for a rematch against 6 inches combined in our grand finals, and now with momentum on their side, will it be enough? Only time will tell.
Yeah, it's... Oh, hello. It's an excellent performance here from Skyflock after... I mean, they look great on map 2, specifically on that King's Row, and Lijiang, they had a good showing in the final 2 points, and that was enough to bring them forward, of course. And here, on Temple of Anubis, a few troublesome moments. They kept it close, did What the Hell, but looking at the scoreboard here, it feels like, yeah, you can just about see the advantage that they were showing here from Skyflock with a bit ahead on the kills, a bit less on the deaths, but it was a valiant effort from What the Hell. It was a 3-0 sweep, but one that felt close in many, many moments. They can go home with their heads held at least somewhat high after they reflect on their overall performance in this tournament. So we look towards some of these replays as well, but it was strong, very, very strong from Skyflock Goats. They put themselves in the best possible position as they head towards the top opposition in the upper finals of 6 inches combined.
Yeah, that it is. Oh, that pin as well, so nice.
Yeah.
Skyflock Goats, hopefully been able to make some adjustments as well for playing into 6 inches, because I know for a fact 6 inches, if they so wish, could watch this game, could try and clean up some of the mistakes they were making previously, but it's the same roster, it's the same collection of lads. They'll probably be doing the same thing that they always do and probably finding some success with it.
How many times have we seen that ball be pinned into that wall?
5 times, 6 times.
It's good every time. But yeah, I think you're right. There's definitely the opportunity for their opposition to look at what they're doing here, but they've already played them. Like, they already know what they're doing, and the only interesting thing would be looking at this temple, but I suspect we'll go to Hanamura anyway in the final. I mean, it leaves the option open, but it's maybe the only information they can gather. So, I mean, also on the other side, potentially you're looking at this temple and being like, their defense was quite weak, but after winning Hanamura in such good fashion, I wouldn't imagine they'd do that.
That would be a little bit strange. Yeah, look at this
Shatter's
slab.
ginormous.
It's just everyone.
So good. And then the next one, right afterwards, he gets another huge shatter. The only reason he doesn't get so many kills is because of that transcendence. But we don't see that here in this replay. This is the fight they turn with the bomb, and it is a bash, I believe, to take down 2. It has to be, right? It has to be.
I think it was a bubble broke, and I think Zen just kind of has to die sometimes.
Maybe.
This bomb. No mobility is my guess.
Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. And it was the one that turned the fight in Skyflock Ghost's favour. I believe now, with very little left to offer you before the grand final, we should be heading towards a quick break as we get into that lobby. So we will be back with a grand final between Skyflock Goats, who were excellent here, and of course 6 inches combined. We'll see you shortly. Hello and welcome back to CGL EU GOATs. We're here with the grand final. It's 6 inches combined who have dropped a singular map in this entire bracket, and up against them is the team to take that map off them. It's Skyflock Goats, who came from the lowers just previously on stream, 3-0, taking down What the Hell. So definitely off the back of a good game, but previously losing 3-1 to 6 inches combined, definitely still finding themselves in an underdog position. We saw them play earlier today on stream and they picked off Lijiang Tower, but struggled with the rest. I'm joined by Spectron. My name is Sam. Spectron, tell me, what are you feeling about the head of this final?
6 inches combined have had time to rest. Skyflock Goats have had to play more than a little bit of Overwatch today. Obviously, 7 maps so far. I would imagine this should be enough to get 6 inches combined over the line, especially considering they won that winners round 3 game. And, you know, after giving some time to warm up especially, look pretty dominant. But again, it's like I've been saying consistently, if Skyflock Goats are going to win, they're going to do it now, before 6 just combined warm up, while they've still got some momentum on their side. And then the later on into the series we go, we would very much expect Skyflock Goats energy to begin to sag, 6 just combined to be able to close it out. So if Lijiang doesn't go in favor of Skyflocks, I might begin to write them off in my head a little bit. If they look competitive though, we'll have a series on our hands.
Yeah, I think you're spot on the money with that one, especially considering in the earlier series it was Lijiang that went their way. Of course, 6 inches coming off the back of a big break, they'll be starting slow and started slow prior in the series, even when it was a neutral stead for both teams, of course, coming into their first game of the day. So it's the best opportunity for Skyflock right at the start of this series. As we look up at their opponent's lineup, the 6 inches combined team, some notable names, of course, in their roster. It's Skytor, the Belgian tank, and of course Crew and Mapsy. Mapsy looking incredible in that previous series. Captain Prash on the Lucio, and Yukino on the Brigitte, and Horrocks holding down that Zenyatta.
Of course. Horrocks has been pretty strong on the Zenyatta, even though he doesn't play it that much. CP on the Lucio, I mean, very much synonymous with that hero. So too is Yukino. But again, it has been Mapsy, who we've been saying the name of by far the most. It's ridiculous on that Zarya, compared to the enemy side, of course, of Skyflock Goats, where we've been seeing, I think, Sanro is a player we've been talking about quite a lot. Galaxy's been keeping the amount of his deaths suitably low, but Izuya, when given a chance to frag, has been absolutely sending it down. Hyper aggro on the Lucio, but finding value off the back of it. Maybe harder to find the same amount of value, though, on our first map.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. Moving towards Nepal. Now, this is interesting. Of course, I think, do we know who picked this map? Do we have information on that?
It would be
because
6 inches combined from
yeah.
I believe.
Okay, that makes sense to me, because 6 inches, of course, lost Lijiang to Skyflock, so why not take them somewhere else? Why not take them to a different control map, where you just don't want to face that same potential defeat, especially if you expect to start slow here? I love this pick. It's one of the few times where a map pick feels massively like it could have big impact in a series like this, and I think it's very smart, and it's also very unfortunate for Skyflock Goats, who probably were expecting to head towards Lijiang, have been playing a lot of Lijiang today and recently. I do think they have figured out their balance a little bit more. Maybe it's because they weren't playing against as punishing of an opposition, but Sanro found some better aggression in the previous and up against 6 inches combined, as we do head towards Nepal, and this is so interesting.
Yeah, it's not Lijiang, but I think it's going to end up being a little bit more standard. Interesting thing is going to be one way on the inside map, seeing how we try and make how rotates, as you end up taking a bajillion damage. You only have really 2 lanes to walk through. So it is a curious one, but by no means, I think, is it going to be as varied as Lijiang Tower, nor do you have the opportunities for Lucio fragging that you see on that map we mentioned.
Yeah, but if we do head towards inside, right, then Izuya, who's been finding some great boops, can find good value inside with that massive Call of the Void. So that could potentially be the way forward. But yeah, we do head towards the start here in these beautiful ships.
I asked Yukino for a comment, by the way, and he's pulled the Lastro. See if anyone remembers that.
It's potentially a deep cut for both myself and the Twitch chat, as the speed comes out of spawn. Who's going to roll out fastest? Who's going to roll out first? It's looking like it's a pretty even race so far. Opting to the right side are Skyflock Goats, whereas 6 inches are heading straight towards that point, their own right side, of course, but the opposition's left, and now the duel comes through. The beams from the Zarya spotted from high, and the swing is coming through from Skytor, stunned away early, but not too impactful, no punish on it, and they're stuck in the room because their HP is dwindling so fast for Skyflock Goats, means they have to back away, but Crew is the first to be dematched and the first to fall, so despite the potential pressure coming out, it's going to be Skyflock who turn this fight.
Yeah, it is. Mr. Bronzer absolutely farming on this. For 3 kills so far. Looking for more. Won't be able to find it, but first fight pretty firmly in favor of Skyflock Goats. Galaxy already a bomb to his name, Arakatrans. 6 inches combined on the back foot early on.
It's an excellent rotation, right? They take a lot of high damage early, so they push themselves into a closer room, and then that allows the D.Va to be beamed down so fast. Here comes the rotation through from 6 inches combined, speeding onto the aggression. It's Crew once more. He's going to get demoted instantly. The positioning from the D.Va has been fascinating, to say the least, and Sanro is going to find that final blow. The bomb doesn't connect onto much, but it doesn't really matter because you're already up a tank to make that 2. It feels like if Sanro doesn't go down here, this is a free fight once more. 6 inches combined due to Crew being caught out of position.
Absolutely shredded It's 6 combined. As you mentioned, Crew rightly isolated, punished. And it's kind of been gapped so far in the Diva matchup. Mapsy a grab, sure. 6 just combined finally building into their ults, but Skyflock have everything they could wish for. And going for a high ground rotate. 6 inches look to find value.
Yeah, the grab available from Mapsy, but it's invested this time by Mr. Bronze first. The trans come through, but it doesn't keep Captain Crash alive. Maybe a little bit too late for that one. And the beat now not available. Slam comes down onto many members. The bomb through as well. Going to connect onto Tapioca at the very least. So Crew find value in this fight. And Skytor pushes forward, but that Discord pumps him in the face, so has to shield up away from that bomb as well. Shield now half health, but Galaxy finds Yukino in the meantime. So the Brig down, and that's Brig for Brig. The Shatter is blocked as well, but the beat comes through. Allows the aggression to continue. Skytor down, Crew demeched, Mapsy always good for 1, make that 2, keeping this fight very much in the favor, in the hands at least of 6 inches combined, but yeah, the favor, sorry, of Skyflock Ghost, because Galaxy's good for 2, and with the rally invested, they're looking to recontest this one because they kind of have to.
And no more time, they have to go for a recontest. Rally doesn't get nearly the value you'd want from it, but it was a necessary investment to allow you the space on the point. Flip found, sure, necessary, but we need more than that as Crew demeched.
Oh dear, Captain Crash with a nice boot though onto Galaxy, and Crew boot off the map as well. Horrocks with a kick onto Azuya. Azuya can't stop dying in these fights. It's the first member of Skyfall, but this time maybe the third. Captain Crash with another boot kill. Captain Crash going excellent, going huge here. The grab is lovely as well, and 6 inches combined are staying alive in this map.
Indeed. We finally got some fight in them. Remembered how to find some level of success, but they send their entire ult bank for it. So to the enemy team for that. And they're not only dueling bombs, but Tapioca lead on the rally might be the difference maker. That will be online in the mid fight. For a right side wrap down the low ground, this will be scouted, and will it be punished?
Yeah, bombs available on both sides, so with the bashes and boots coming through, that could be value here. We see one. Is it going to find anything to work with? Absolutely null and void, and Skytor's down first. 6 inches combined, losing attack early doors once more in a fight, and it continues on to be death. Crew finds Arik, but that's not going to be enough as Azuya is taken down Mapsy too, so with very little standing for 6 inches, the flip's going to come through, and the trance has to be invested to keep the team alive so they can recontest it with multiple members. But as that fades, the damage is going to come through. The shatter's available, the pin has been invested. It's Yukino down. They're going to look to flip this point. But I don't know if 6 inches have enough members to do so. Skytor stuck in a room, going to be punished out once more. The pin comes through to try and take a member out on the way, but doesn't do so. The beat is invested as well, so Captain Crash down. There's no defensive tools available. The bomb through, the swing onto Crew, and that's going to be point number 1 the way of Skyflock goes.
Yeah, we said we had to see them start strong if we wanted to see the series be close. And that is exactly what we do, 100 to 60, but the 60 was very tenuous, of course, from 6 inches combined. Skyfall Goat's looking strong so far. Bullying Skytor here in this first fight. A heavy beam work from Mr. Bronzer. But after that, honestly, it felt like it was mostly Galaxy who was the player who was finding the most differential. Lovely grab there from Mapsy, but simply not enough. Take a gander at the stats here real quick.
I think
Mars forgot. There we go. 5 and 4 for Crew, 2 and 5 for Skytor. Just has to live on the Rhine. Is that simple?
Yeah, I do think the potential win on here for 6 inches is punishing Azuya consistently and having members alive once you do that, because multiple times Azuya has been the first or a member early to fall for Skyflock, so has to stay alive a bit steadier here. But this thing's come through from Skytor, who has been dying many a time in this map and looks to be low HP once more, but stays alive around this corner this time. So Ryan's still upstanding, but Sandra is a little bit ahead on that shatter, now a little bit behind, not too much to note as the fire strike comes through, eaten by the defense matrix, and that could have been big for Skytor, so it's good defensive work, but once more 6 inches is slightly on the front foot as the point opens up.
Sneaker flip is nice, actually. Crash close to the beat and drops it later. This is great.
Yeah, it's good work so far from 6 inches combined. The shatter available for Skytor blocked away consistently by Sanro so far, and now punished for that. Gets booped away, but the trance comes through to keep him alive. The grab is so close to being available from Mapsy, but shot into the ground. Do they need to get the Zarya just in time before the grab comes through? Skytor's down first, but the grab has been invested as well, so it's going to be fight for Skyflock Ghost as the flight comes through for 6 inches combined. Galaxy gets a couple kills with the bomb as well.
Yeah, Crew has to reset. Is struggling to find it, to be honest. And instead, Remax tries to get the swash. Now nukes. Okay, Okay, now they're going to kill him, I guess. But that was a stagger and a half. Skytor's in as well, and maybe we'll get punished for it. Either way, time off the clock. Time that 6 inches combined simply don't have. They do have a Graviton Surge at the very least, as well as a Transcendence. But that bomb would have been a lovely beauty force to capitalize on the back of it. Instead, we just have to hope the Rhine swings are good.
Yeah, the Shatter available for Sanro. Definitely could be a big boon for the side of Skyflock. It's a massive boon. It's a slam and a half. Skytor down the trance a little bit too late, but the grab is big. The fire strike is bigger. Captain Brash falls to the flames, and Sanro pushes forward with the swings as well. Gonna beat out that Brig in the duel like that. The bash is not available, and Mapsy, of course, gets a DMEC, but off the map, or perhaps down to their own alternate fire. They stick all good. Here we see a slam in real time. Look at this one. Giant enormous.
Yeah, all tanks down on the ground. Trans, they're a little bit late. Can't save people. And the follow-up is absolutely there. Prash close beat, has to split for it. Skyfall goes looking for very likely a bomb engage.
Yeah, crew only halfway to theirs after they invested it in an interesting position to do so. Has the Shatter for Skytor, but the Transcendence has been forced out very early from Horrocks, so that bomb could be nice, and the Shatter's still available too, but that's a big slam, and they're going to block out the Shatter, the bomb as well, so actually functions defensively as a tool instead. The ping comes through though and cancels Sanro's Shatter. Skytor finally feeling a wake on the Reinhardt, but in the end, it's Tapioca and Galaxy to find two, and Azuya also to Skytor as well, so despite the cancelling of that Shatter, the damage is just there for Skyflock Goats, who look like the better team on the pool. They look like they have control down to a T. When they're facing up against 6 inches combined, it's just about now. Can they hold on to this, first of all, which is a necessity, and can they do it further in this series?
6 inches combined, only a grab and a rally. Let's go for a go. It's a little bit more with yet another Shatter from Sanro, as well as a Trans. Oh, beautiful!
Eaton. Big, it's a good start, and the grab is invested from Matt C2, gets multiple members, but the Trans comes through, and Skytor has died again. It's just unacceptable from the Reinhardt, who can't find himself alive, and the big Shatter onto 2. The bomb comes through, slams down, doesn't explode onto much, but Arik's found a 2-piece. In the meantime, there's then hitting heads and hitting bodies too, dropping bodies as they fall. Arik for 3, and it's going to be Skyflock Goats 2-0 on the pool. And they've taken the first map in this series against 6 inches once more. It's all about the follow-ups.
Feels like Control might just be the map for them. It does kind of feel that simple because the way they're playing, I mean, it is ridiculous. Another Trans play the game very likely. We've seen them before. Low heals. But I mean, some of these Goats fights are so chaotic, even with like the fire strikes coming through. You meet 300 HPS around everyone, and that's not enough to save your team. That's just bonkers, simply put.
Bearing in mind, that play of the game is after the Shatter comes through that drops like 4 people, and the play of the game is the defensive tool that saves like 3 of them, but they lose the fight anyway and consistently lose fights to an exceptional Skyflock. Definitely, I mean, we spoke about it. They needed to start fast as their opposition started slow, and they've done exactly that. If they can find 2 maps here, that would be, of course, an even better start before the opposition fully wakes up. But is it just a control mode differential? Is it going to be the same story on Hybrid?
We have to wait and see. There's no 2 ways about it. I imagine King's Row will be here second. It's always King's Row second, so, you know, see what happens. But I mean, we look through these highlights and it feels like it's all just big Sanro slams. It's making huge differences. I mean, the Eat last fight is nice, but you need to do more than that.
Oh,
Crash
yeah,
3 and 10,
wow.
bit rough. Skytor 2 and 9. We're going to need my guys to look in because that is simply not... It's not manageable.
Yeah, it's not acceptable. I mean, it's just so punishing from the side of Skyflock Goats. They've worked that map so well, and of course their own Zarya only dies once. Their Zen dies 3 times, and that's the most combined with, well, alongside Azuya, of course. So they're just not falling in the ways that the opposition were, and of course you can't really win a map like that. I mean, very rarely do you see a scoreboard like this where the team on the other side is the winners. But
yeah,
I mean, the positives they have, right? Mapsy's still, I mean, only neutral, but neutral in a map like this is not the worst in the world, and still hitting some nice grabs and getting high damage. A good eat from crew on that defense, with the defense matrix on the grab. There's been multiple decent moments. Horrocks still getting good value out of the transcendences, and the damage is negligibly far behind his opposition. Zenyatta, so still looking strong in the Zen. It's not like it's like completely outsourced from the entire team, but they do just need to. It's definitely the macro moments here, the usage of the ults and the ability to survive in these bigger fights.
Yeah. In short, they need to lock in. King's Throat going to be where they do it. I mean, it is a majority British roster, I do believe. And so they might as well go towards the British map and see what success they can find there.
British,
bottle of water, all that nonsense.
come on, come on, 6 inches, winner map.
You want some? I'll give it to you. No.
That's what 6 inches. And we swinging forward with Skytor, of course, one of the few non-Brits on that roster, the Belgian. But I mean, he's a neutral anyway, so he can be adopted, right? And it has to be so different, right? They have to do so much better.
Yeah, they kind of can't be playing like that. Listen, I know first map. I know King's Row was where they came back. I know Skyflock Goats seemed very strong at control, yet to lose it in the tournament. But
yeah,
all that said, it was pretty sad they ended up going down. See if Skytalk can mitigate some of those early deaths. See if Prash can as well, and see if that's enough to get them tied up 1-1 after King's Row, just the same as we were in our final just a little bit earlier ago.
They were the ones that suffered that crew 3 bomb, right? They were almost good to cap. Second point, right? There was just under 5 meters, and if they capped that second, the second map from series earlier today would have looked completely differently. So there's definitely the opportunity here for Skyflock to, if they continue playing the way they've been playing, to win out this King's Row. It was closer than it looked.
That is true. That is absolutely true. 6 inches combined. Curious if they have any interesting ideas here, whether they're going to be playing more of the same, because it was a bit of a stymied attack here. Some pretty sloppy positioning from Skeetor. See if they can clean that up, or just go for like a high ground rotate even. Just anything to keep Skyflock Goats off balance, force them to react in the moment.
Yeah, it's important that they hold better than they, attacked previously, as Skytor's taken a lick of damage, but of course safe behind the statue, so nothing to fear for the Reinhardt so far. But that's a big stun and a big discord, but again stays alive for the time being. Takes so much damage, but so does Sanro, so it's all good in the meantime. There's Sanro down, and Mapsy follows up on Tapioca 2. Mapsy good for 2. Yukino dies, which could be punished if they get back to spawn in time. Skyflock Goats to re-hit before the Brig is available, but look at the speed of that ult charge.
Yeah, just kind of fun. Yuki will be back in time. Prash can go for the taxi. 6 inches combined will be a full 6 and they try and fight on the corner, but they decide to give them space to point, just to be absolutely certain of it.
Yeah, here comes the beat. And Skytor's going to push forward with that. Also, Mapsy is a big slam from Skytor. Much better from him so far in this map.
Lovely.
Excellent work. Good combination of the ults, and they're still sitting comfortably.
Right.
Oh, he is.
I see it, Ajax. Yukino calls it a Prashy. Galaxy goes for the remake and finds absolutely nothing. 6 inches combined, spend 2, get 2 out of their opponents, and keep them battened back behind the choke.
Yeah, where did that bomb go, by the way? I was looking at chat for half a second. I hear a bomb go off, and then Galaxy's remacking. Here comes the bomb from Crew. Found value before, finds value again. Good for 2. Skytor pins out Arik as well, but Arik did get Horrocks before that, and Mr. Bronzer picked on Yukino too, so the fight is still alive until Mapsy makes it dead onto Tapioca, and now back to spawn as Mr. Bronze, and he can't even make it before getting shot down by Crew.
Crew able to back out. Obviously get that reset on the Zard charge. Skyflock Goats can't walk without. This is rough, to be honest. 2 minutes now gone, so we're even a strong enough defense. Mapsy.
Oh my goodness, there's another huge shatter from Skytor. Pushes forward for 1, looks to get 2, 3. And now the fourth is following as Mr. Bronzer can't back away in time, blocked out by the big body of Skytor. And if that 5th member falls as well, that could be a lovely stagger. I think they might make it spawn time, yeah, just about. But it looks like a completely different team.
They looked in. They decided that control isn't worth winning anyway, I guess. They just combined. Again, grab bomb online. Very likely will just be a deep bomb coming through from Crew.
Yeah, has the bomb for Mapsy. Oh my god, Crew's got 2 again. But again, it's traded out for 2. But Skytor took down Sandra earlier on. Sandra, sorry, down. And with that, it could still be advantageous for 6 inches combined. There's the grab inside. Mapsy finds all of the final members in that one. And they're just going to kill them all down. It's the Diva last alive. And can't get much for it.
Yeah, they don't stagger too much. They recognize down numbers. It's just a little bit risky. Crew Get some early shoots here, make sure Skyfall Goats don't get any ideas while the respawners come back, and with Horrocks and Yuki back in the fight, 6 inches combined are currently 5-fisted hand. See what they can do.
Skydor has another shatter. It could be another huge slam. That was an opportunity there, but here it is, and it finds 3. It's a good beat though. Very nice defensive work, and rotated away with the boot as well. So Skytor, they could get the kills anyway. Crew and Yukino combined. Galaxy's DMEC as well. Mapsy for 1, looking to track onto the Lucio 2, who is going to back to spawn, but now 30 seconds left. What can Skyflock do here?
Not a lot, to be honest. They do have ults. If Grav's not eaten, then with Grav, Shatter, Bomb, that should be enough to get them over the line. The Cities combined have been so good at these proactive fights, they might not have a chance to set them up.
And Crew always finds 2 with the bomb, looking for more this time. Doesn't land onto much, but Mapsy lands onto 2 nonetheless. The Shatter is lovely, the Zarya's down, but inside the Transcendence, the bomb not going to take much out either. And staying alive here, our 6 are combined. They've invested the ults, have Skyflock, and it's found absolutely nothing. That's going to be a full hold on King's Row. And despite an exceptional Nepal, this has been a woeful start for Skyflock Goats on King's Row.
Just felt unethical, to be honest. I feel like I was watching something I maybe shouldn't have been privy to. Absolutely folded, to be honest, where Skyflock Goats. As 6 inches combined, puts him 6 feet under. I mean, Skytor's going for 180 shatters. They're living every single fight, whether they're down ults or not. And there are no silver linings for Skyfall Goats. There is no, well, if this just went better, everything needed to go better, man. I don't know what to say.
Crew gets like 5, I think, bomb kills on the defense side at least, maybe 4, but just so much value from the Diva and positions with the Lucio and the break to prevent any survivability. It was just flawless. I mean, we have a second half here, but I don't even think we need to watch it.
Yeah, it feels performative. Prash, Crew, Mapsy, yet to die. Sanro, James Bonding it. It's a bit peak, mate. It's a bit peak.
Oh, that is
Mapsy, by
brutal.
the way, 13k damage.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
are we shocked? Are we surprised?
Doing the most.
Sanro's putting on a bit of a Skytor map 1 performance here.
He decided to lock
And
in.
Skytor's putting on a Skytor map 2 performance. So it's tough. It's tough out here for Skyflock. This will be the most generational hold. I genuinely believe the only way they would hold this is if 6 inches rolled out on Moira for some reason. They just felt like rocking the Moira. But they didn't, so they're going to rotate through the side room, past the mini health pack, and taking a lot of damage in the meantime, but they have made it through, and they're on the point already. It has to be contested for Skyflock. They have to make it onto it because we're almost at the cap, and they do get the contest in time, but they're booked away.
Any touches?
Oh my god. Spectreon. That might be
Lord, man.
one of the worst Kings Row performances I've seen in a long time. From a very good team as well. They're not bad. I don't know what happened here. They've been so good today. I mean, even in like the series they lost earlier against this team, they didn't have a map quite this bad. Except maybe 2CP Hanamura. But, okay, yeah, they're talking about... okay, they're talking about picking Hanamura as well, so talk about Hanamura, right? They're actually going to run towards it despite getting absolutely dominated on earlier. I don't really have words.
I got slammed. It really is that simple. This feels like a bunch of... I don't know. I don't have anything good to say, so I feel like I might maybe just not say it. So it's just combined looked fantastic. Put it that way.
You know when you play like Uni Overwatch and it's a 2-game day, and game number 1 you like win 2-0, and game number 2 you lose 2-0. It's just this. It just feels like this. This is their game number 2. This is, they're against their game number 2 and they somehow scammed a map win. Not scammed. They played really well. I'm not going to take that away from them. They played really well in the pool. But it's like they have the belief of like it's a higher seed team. They have the belief, and then then the opponent gets to pick the map, and this is what happens. And 6 inches just to talk about the team who played well. They played so well. The bombs were exceptional. The rotation there was perfect, getting onto the point and then booping away the members who could touch. They had Yukino dying 4 times is so funny when the rest of the team barely died at all, but beyond that, Sanro 007 doesn't even... That's the thing about this attack half. When I said we didn't have to watch it, by the way, I didn't mean there would be nothing that happened. I meant that it would end in a win. But Sanro goes 007 after the defense stuff and doesn't kill, doesn't die, and I think the same can be said for most of the team here.
No one died. I think like one person died, I think. We just like cap.
Yeah.
Stupid. Yeah, it kind of feels like when I was playing like Battle for Scotland and we were the heavy favorites, and every time what would happen is we'd say, guys, can you just forfeit? You're not going to beat us, because we were like top 500s and champs, and I was like masters, and they were like bronze or like silver, and they'd be like, no, we'll play. We play map 1, they get dumpstered, and we go, guys, can you FF? And they go, no, we'll play map 2. We play map 2, they get this happens, and then they go, okay, now we FF, we don't play 3. Like,
yeah. But I mean, we talking like this, but it is 1-1. Like, they did win a map, so it's not like this is like. It just feels like the same as we saw earlier. To be honest, it feels like they win control and then just get smacked everywhere else. And Hanamura is not the place where I feel confident for Skylock to return, because after Hanamura previously, where they couldn't even cap first, it feels tough.
It is a little bit tricky. I think that after that happens on King's Row, it's the kind of loss where you just write off the series, to be entirely honest. But we see on Nepal they can find some level of success. Unfortunately, with the pool being a little bit different, you don't have Flashpoint and Push to kind of pick towards to kind of simulate that Nepal experience, you know? So you kind of just have to fight your way through 2CP and Hybrid and Escort until it gets something a bit more functional for you.
Yeah.
And that's just a bit painful. So it really does feel like picking the best of a bad bunch in this patch of the game.
Yeah, you're looking towards the mode that's similar to Control compared to being similar to Hybrid, where you've got no payload in this one. But I feel like it feels like it makes more sense to me that they should have picked out Temple maybe as a different 2CP option, because they just got destroyed on Hanamura previously, and obviously they saw 6 inches struggle a little bit. Not 6 inches, sorry. Wait, my brain is like so offline. Never mind. They struggled a little bit on Temple, but they did get smacked. They did win out Temple as well. So it's like there's a win there. But maybe they're just more confident on Hanamura. Maybe they're like, after previous, we can play better than we did. And I mean, Skytor's not going to make the same choice, but if Sanro picks Winston, we're having an interesting conversation here.
I mean, it's the point where you might as well change something, I would say. But that would be an interesting change, kind of like shooting yourself in the foot because you lost the race. Skyflock goes, starting here. Crash baits out Skytor for no reason.
Yeah, perhaps feeling confident about this one.
Prashant, I'm putting you down after this, I'm sorry.
Discord on the Diva up high, booped away, so that Discord is going to fade eventually, unless they just stay in the sideline, but I mean, it's nothing too bad to see. Crew is taking half HP, but heals up around this corner, and Skyflock Goats are sitting around here. The boop is big, and Mapsy takes down Tapioca, takes a second too. Prash has fallen, but it's not to matter, because Mapsy's found 3. This Zarya player is something special.
That is true. Get the isolation on the Diva as well. Pop out a mech on Galaxy, and we back out unharassed. Nothing healing to finish off the Horrocks Transcendence. Yukino getting closer and closer to that rally. 6 just combined fantastic ults, but minute already burned off the clock, and things looking absolutely fantastic for the 6-inch side.
Here comes the beat and the pin for Skytor. Connects onto 1, slams out the Diva, gets the D-Mac, has the Shatter available, and finds every single member except a trouncing Zenyatta, who keeps the team alive. And the beat and Sam comes through the other side, so the fight is still ongoing. Skytor looking good in this one, but death nonetheless. Skytor, Horrocks, Crew combined. Skytor for 2, looking for a 3rd as well. It's Crew to find a Mapsy, of course, and the team kill comes out, and 6 inches combined.
Fast was that shatter? How fast was that shatter? I'm willing to.
Oh my god, I didn't know.
Can we get a timer on that? That can't have been more than 20 seconds.
Ooh,
I'm willing to put it at about 10. That was bonkers. 6 inches combined in the ult fight, come out the back with another shatter after using it halfway through, and now Skytor in position to use it.
Yeah, not baited out by Prash this time, but has to back away. Either way, there it is, slams out nothing. Skytor getting punished massively for that one, and that feels like a bit of hubris taking over the Reinhardt, as Tapioca's going to take a 2-piece, and Skyflock should be good to push it. Oh, uh-oh, not again. Okay, blocks out this time, and with the kills from Mr. Bronzer, they are going to cap first point, and it feels like I've seen a little bit of a mistake there from Skytor.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a shot, so you need to try to build a fight around it. I think that is simple enough. I'm getting information here. It was 7 seconds and 0.65. So what, 750 milliseconds.
Yeah. That's
okay.
Crazy, right? And you're right, playing around the Shatter isn't a bad call, but I would at least like him to be able to look at his opposition before he clicks the button. That's the least I'd ask for him. As okay, here comes the second point. Previously, when we saw CTP, we didn't really get to see much second points because they were capped either so fast or they didn't exist at all. So it'd be interesting to see if we see something more standard here. The Fire Strike gets huge value. Skytor up to 86, again closing in on another Shatter, but Sanro's not too far behind.
Exactly. Right clicks, as well as the rank cleave, absolutely shredding the walk, but Skyflock enough also to get over it.
Yeah, nice block out of the bomb as well. The beat comes through, but inside that grab, they're going to take 1,000,000 damage. The shot, the stat, ooh, I'm stuttering. And the kills are coming through for Skyflock. Go, it's looking good here, but Mapsy's still alive. Never safe when he's around with that high beam. They just got on the Diva 2, gets the D-Mech in potentially, but no, not enough. And actually, a Skytor. It's a huge slam, it's good kills, and the team is still alive to follow up. And Skytor stayed alive. I'm surprised that worked, but I'm not going to question it because the ping comes through as well. The Diva could get demeched as well. Skytor now falls, and they're looking to get a tick on this point, but with the positioning of crew back on the point, with the bomb available as well, good damage onto the Reinhardt on the opposition side. Sanro takes a lot, gets meleeed into the face as well. So it's good work from 6 inches, but the beam from Mr. Bronze takes him down low, has to back away. Does Skyflock.
Good job from 6 inches combined, mitigating that to just 38%, I have to say. Fantastic defensive play, recognizing that you can kind of trickle in a little bit as long as you make sure you don't trickle enough to die. So we kind of toss in some ults, especially that Skytor Shatter, which, by the way, he almost has another one again.
Yeah.
And Skyflock goes for the second, repulsed. Being said, 3 minutes means they have plenty more tries to get the 2-6 they need, and they have plenty of ults to do it with too.
Yeah. Definitely opportunities for both teams here. They're going for the low ground this time to grab. Now it's on to just Skytor, but the bomb takes down Arik, who can't get shielded by his Reinhardt, and there's a melee. Sorry, that's just the wrong side of the Transcendence, keeping him alive here. Mapsy pushes the Lucio out of touch with the beam, pressing away with the high damage onto Sanro. And with this called on the Lucio, he has to back too. So it's good defensive work once more for 6 inches combined.
This is true. Stagger onto the brig as well. Nice little work. The kill power limited. Okay, Yuki. Oh, I hate Yuki now. 5v5. See if Skyflock goes tries to press their advantage.
Crew gets demeched. Oh dear, the Diva's stuck, but does get away actually. So Galaxy stays up and takes down Crew. It feels like Sinchins like to throw a couple points here and there. You mentioned the inting before, and they've opted to do it again here. But Skytor with a lovely pin.
How's
oh my god,
that?
I believe one was off the map and one was through a wall. I don't know, maybe Impact. No, they're both off the map, aren't they? So it might... Okay, yep. I don't know what's happened there. Horrocks have taken down Mr. Bronze, but Skytor, the star of this hold.
Belgian tank. A double environmental pin. Not something you see or hear of every day as Skyflock goes to repelled. And now the time back down to a minute and a half. Maps needs to bubble himself out, but out he shall be, and an extra percentage all that Skyflock goes to have to show from that particular attack.
Yeah, Mapsy with that grab and the bomb shatter, trance rally all available. So it's a little bit ahead for 6 inches, but Skyflock's not massively far behind here. So Shatter, what does it connect on to? A few members, but the beat comes out, the grab on the other side too, and Bronze is found the first. The DM eating Mapsy's grab is huge as well with the Shatter as well, slamming down Skytor, low HP on the Rhine, but he sticks around for a little bit longer, gets a lot of care. How is he so healthy? It's Goats, that's how Tapioca though takes down Yukino, and with the care limited, it's going to be point cap. Surely the contest to 8 an extra second. 52 in the time bank, but they get both caps, so it's not bad work.
It's not bad work, but it's also what I would call pretty par work, right? I mean, you have a 5-minute time bank and you don't cap, that is kind of something to write home about. Pretty chaotic though, and a couple of times 6 inches combined had to, you know, clutch up a little bit. As we mentioned, their feed factor most definitely existed. Here we go, is a 7.5 second slam. Dude, this is crazy from Sky. So he's like 1v5 here. He gets a Zen swing from Horrocks, but Horrocks dies immediately. I don't know what Skytor was up to here. How has he done this? What's up with that?
Oh my god, it's fascinating work. But it feels about on par. I was asking if we were going to get a bit more of a standard second point of 2CP, and it feels like 52 seconds, but a full cap is relatively reasonable for both sides. And I feel like my fear with this, right, is that every single time we said, oh, Skyflock feel like they have a win condition, they get absolutely smacked. So 6 inches are combined, up against a Skyflock with a win condition. It feels like, I mean, it's par, but I feel like par means advantage to get 6 inches.
Yeah, Yeah, I think 6 inches might be the ones who feeling like they're in the driver's seat. Capping with more than a minute on the clock, more than a possibility for them. We have to make it a reality.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As we push towards the main doorway, it's choke number 1, and they're going to make their way through, crashing and burning, taking a lot of damage, but get some progress. They do back away to safety, though. Crew flies up high, doesn't get demech, so it's attempt number 2, but a nice boot there, prevents the pin from Skytor. Now Mapsy's in a little bit of a punishing position, and Yuki's the first to fall. So that boop is actually huge, because it prevents Skytor being that body in the way, and now Crew soon to be demech, Skytor falls prior. And with that, it's a good start for Skyflock.
It's a very good start from Skyflock. They get their support ults from it. Close enough to their grab and bomb. 6 just combine, get some charge of their own, of course, but they can't match blow for blow. They probably will lose an ult fight here. And so that fight win has probably given them another 40 seconds of the bank on top of what they've already earned.
Yeah, it's good work. It's good work from Skyflock, and they have so much to work with here as grab is soon to come through, but the beat and the shatter are both available. The bomb is blocked away, finds Horrocks, but there's a lovely shatter on the pinning Rhine. Baits in Sanro, finds the pick, and Zuya takes down Crew, so it's not quite for the advantage for 6 inches, but they are going to get this cap shortly now. The grab comes through to stall some more time. Maybe there are players available to follow up on this one as well, and they have done so. It's a great dude from Zuya. So actually turning the fight are Skyflock with their remaining members.
Really impressive from them. Able to make that retake happen, recognizing that only 3 members, you can just kind of walk on them. Finds the punish, 6 inches combined. Maybe he's going to feel a little bit hard done by it, but they walk out. Half the time bank almost now gone. Skyflock totally skinned. 6 inches, the same could not be said though. So the grab of Mapsy looking like a pretty intimidating factor in the future of Skyflock.
Yeah, here comes that grab, and the shatter well invested. Mapsy finds Sanro on that slam, and with that, this feels like it has to be the one. Mr. Bronze looking to make it a little bit more difficult, but Horrocks kicking down Galaxy too, and with just the remaining Zen, Arik down, Arik dead, the Lucio flying around the middle of the point, gets wiped down, wiped out, and as we look at the scoreboard here, it's actually looking like it's a pretty even stead for both teams.
More or less. 6 inches combined, by the way, went with just the grab. Samro invests the shatter to no good as well. So their ult economy is going to feel pretty healthy. Trans, sure. Beat, sure, but 6 inches, just a little bit more firepower to be able to throw in. Going for the fast cap attempt as they stream through main.
Yeah, they're going straight for the point, of course, down the low ground, and going to get jumped on by the opposition. Here comes that beat from Crash, built up fast this time once more, and Skytor onto Takuka does take it first. The shatter is lovely as well onto the opposition tank, but booped away and booped down. That's lovely work defensively from the Lucio, and the bomb doesn't connect onto much for either side. Sanro for 1 and Mr. Bronze for 2, so continuing on with survivability of Skyflock, and they have to survive here. And it's a lovely eat though from Crew, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. The beam makes its way through that defense matrix onto Captain Practice Lucio. It's a nice stun out, but the bubble keeps the team alive, and Arik has gone over to the Moira, but back to the Zen now.
Yeah, I mean, Moira, you're just doing it for a recontest thing. I don't think it's even worth it, considering how close to spawn those are, but such is life. Such is combined. Rebuff. Still plenty of time for which to get a superior time bank, and yet more to actually finish out the map. Mapsy, post grab. Plenty of damage being taken by 6 inches as they walk up. That'll be Mr. Bronzer. Walk up they will.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's a lovely boot. The shatter gets something, I think, but I don't know if it's quite enough. The pin is nice, and Mr. Bronzer finds Mapsy first. So it's a big damaging unit down. And Galaxy's bomb takes more. Captain Prash trades out Mr. Bronze, but it feels quite little and quite late.
Not the end of the world, I think, for 6 inches combined. Their opponents use 3, they use nothing. Sure, you get blended up in the choke, but you walk back in with a significant ult advantage. I think, that being said, you are running out of time to get like a very significant lead. I would very much say this is probably their best shot to cap out, and if they lose it, then it's time to maybe start having some difficult conversations about their ability to cap Hanama a second.
Yeah, definitely. It feels tough out here for Skyflock. Feels like the time, sorry, for 6 inches, it feels like the time is low. It feels like Skyflock have done a decent job holding, and the shatter's available for Skytor. This fight has to be big. The grab is lovely. They're all inside it. The beat is good. The slam is better. Many members falling. Multiple dead. Mapsy takes down Mr. Bronze, but Sanro's traded out. Bomb on Crew, but traded out by Galaxy's bomb onto Yukino and gets the DMAC too. So it's good ditches, and Skytor swinging ahead of his opposing Reinhardt dies in the end to Arik's headshot with those orbs of destruction. So staying alive in this one. are both teams really, but the cap is coming through. They have to retouch it, and they do have the members to do so. Skyflock alive here and backing away in smart fashion of 6 inches. Get 2 ticks, get 75%, and they have enough time for the next.
It's decent progress, but at the end of the day, that time might yet still whistling. If they win this fight, it'll be comparable to their opponents. Remember, they could have had extra 2 minutes easy on them. Walking now as 6. Grab online from Mapsy. An early one could be huge value.
That's a massive grab. The shaft doesn't connect to much either. And on the other side, it's not going to find too much alongside. There's a pin onto Skytor too, and it's an excellent fight from Skyflock. It's flawless work here. Absolutely flawless work.
Yeah, I think recognizing the Diva was split meant that Mapsy had an easy grab opportunity. But, I mean, Sanro was always going to go for a defensive shatter. Not recognize that means that 6 inches combined with no defensive utility just kind of stood there and ate it as Skytor was swinging rather than blocking. Now, because that time bank already worse for 6 inches combined, now we'll see if they complete it all.
Yeah, it's advantage Skyflock. They put themselves in a great spot to continue on here, and they have the grab coming up. They have that bomb, and they have that beat on the other side. It's just Transcendence. Here comes the bomb. What's it going to find? Not too much. The grab catches 3. The Transcendence is nice to keep them alive here. There's a couple members on point, so have to be split for both teams here as the contestants come through. Captain Prash in a vulnerable position. Can Nazario find it? The beat comes through. The bubble is nice to defend, but Captain Prash is down, and Galaxy's taking a second on the Horrocks too. The bomb not going to find too much. Sanro low, but if he can't get picked off by the brig, he can by Yukino's swings. So there's still some members dead, but it looks like it's too little for 6 inches. It's a nice grab. It takes down Tapioca. Arik, though, gets the Transcendence just in time. And with 10 seconds remaining, it has to be Mapsy doing something miraculous. Prash is back to touch and has the beat available soon. He doesn't die. That'd be lovely for them. On the point is Mapsy. Finds Azuya as well somehow with the melee, but Galaxy takes Yukino in the meantime. Mapsy's taking down a second and looking for a third as well. Oh my goodness. So Mapsy's back with 3. Tapioca's been counter-stunned as well. Tapioca's dead, surely, but Mr. Bronze has found one as well. Galaxy's taken down Mapsy and they're grabbed off the point. I feel like that's Zarya for Zarya. That's exceptional work. Skyflock are ahead. 2-1.
That is a little bit bonkers. Good lord. As you mentioned, those Skyflock in the lead. Strong start. 4 cities combined, but they've really faltered towards the end. Their attack lacked ideas. And because of that, now down in our series. It's a tournament point to Skyflock. And full 5 going to be needed if 6 cities combined want that win.
Yeah. It's great. It's great from Skyflock, and they've put themselves ahead in this series. The main fear, right, is that they've won 2 control-esque modes and have really struggled on anyone's holding down payloads, and of course we still have Escort in the pool, so 6 inches should feel solid about getting up 2-2, but never expected themselves to be in this position anyway.
Not quite, no. Pressures, you can't miss that move from that. It's just so much downtime to get beamed. Lovely try here from Mapsy. More than a couple. Catching the beat as well is super impressive. I thought he'd LOS'd it for sure. But unfortunately, simply not enough.
Yeah. Oh my god, my voice, by the way, has cracked 3 times so far this stream, but Galaxy goes 36-5 in this one. Excellent performance from the Diva, as the Zarya of Mr. Bronzo is 46-6 too, so brilliant overall from those 2 tanks. Nearly 40k damage for Bronzo as well. Mapsy, of course, is 35k. It's big numbers, but I feel like the scoreboard's about as you'd expect it to be. It's a little bit ahead for the team that won.
I think after that, 6 inches combined, going to need a second to try and figure out exactly how they want to approach this next map. I've picked it pretty fast, but if I'm not much mistaken, we're going to a short break now. When we return, the conclusion of 6 inches combined versus Skyflock.
You
Hello and welcome back to our grand final of CGL Overwatch GOATS EU. It's looking like an interesting series so far. We've got Skyflock, the underdogs, pushing themselves up 2-1 just as we went before the break, and 6 inches combined now have to make the comeback, which is not where we expect it to be, but going towards Route 66 as our next, it should be advantage 6 inches.
Well, imagine so, right? Route 66, last time we did see taken by 6 inches in relatively dominant fashion. Instead, trying to repeat that success there after Hanamura did not go so well in their favor. Obviously, if we see this map go in their favor, we'll have to go to map number 5. If not, Skyflock GOATS will be taking the tournament in 3-1 fashion, reversal to how we saw that winners finals play out. 6 inches, I think, forced to properly lock in. They know there's no more runway. They know they have no more time to goof around. And so if they find success, it has to be here. But will they be able to? Will they be able to hit the button when it really matters? Or will they still be in that kind of mentality of, oh, it doesn't really matter much. We'll lock in when it gets hard.
Yeah, it's a great question, right? It's an absolutely vital question as well. But Skyflock, I mean, this is the furthest they've come against 6 inches. It's the first anyone's come against 6 inches. 2 maps taken off them, of course, earlier on in the playoff bracket. 2 matches would have been a loss. 2 maps would have been a loss, sorry. But now in this first to 3, of course, there's still space to make amends for their mistakes. And for Skyflock, it's huge, right? This is the map to potentially win you the entire tournament, and it's one where you've struggled in moments prior, so you want to look very differently, but at the very least you get to pick towards the final map. So either way, they put themselves in a good position, right? If they lose this, well, I'm assuming they can just repick into control, right? They can just pick Lijiang.
Yeah, I believe so.
So their position right now feels very, very strong. Even if 6 inches take this, they have the map pick into Lijiang. But for now, we will be looking at Route 66. And what can the two teams do?
Route 66, as we've seen before, a lot of Zenyatta play. We see it highlighted here, a lot of Diva play. Crew, I think, been a little bit quieter this second game, it feels like. So a little bit more performance out of him. We're going to make it a lot easier. Also, as well, not being able to hard player on these corners, I think, is going to make it a little bit harder for these Ryans to press their advantage. And so, as a Reinhardt being a bit more passive, going for like aggro pins, and other than that, just holding shield and using Lucio speed for the engages more than anything else, I think going to be the name of the game. But we are ready to head in, so see if 6 inches combined can stay alive, or whether Skyflock GOATS able to complete the upset of the tournament and take the tournament 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's the worst time to get upset, right? Right in the grand final, you made it all the way so cleanly. But for Skyflock, it's the best time to find that upset. And they'll be looking to do so here, closing it out towards Route. And I think another interesting point here is potentially some Diva Bomb value can come through. It's not quite the same as some previous stories, but definitely has the space to do so. And always a good tool that 6 inches have been investing. Of course, standard stuff, except... Okay, never mind. Nothing except Arik is playing Zen, as you probably hope he does in a map like this.
Indeed. We've seen precisely no Moira or Zen or Anna today. There's a
We
reason.
saw a little bit of Moira that was bad, and that was
That's true.
switched off quickly.
That's true, that's true. We've seen no successful Moira or Anna or Winston today.
Yeah, successful is a key word there, right? Of course, posturing up
Doing a lot of
towards
heavy lifting.
this height. What are the odds that Skyflock then rotate through their own left side, get the high ground, and flip the fight here?
Non-zero, to be honest. It's one of the standard ways of attacking this style of map flip. See if 6 inches combined want to hit early and send him back to spawn.
It's interesting that Skytor's opted for the low ground there, looking for a fire strike, doesn't connect onto it. So now here we see Sanro and Co moving up towards that height and flipping the fight. So now spawn doors towards 6 inches combined as opposed to the Skyflock GOATS. And the swings come through. Nothing connected for Sanro as of yet, but Skytor even further behind on that metric. Here comes the beams from Maxley. The charges solid. The charges decent enough to be questionable for the Brigitte, who's punished in this corner, but stays alive with that big shield. And Galaxy takes down Horrocks.
Get the D-Mech and a kill on the Diva, though, so we are to trade it back. Yuki falling. Bubble onto Skytor. Necessary. The beat engaged through 2 with Azuya being cut. Transcendence now popped. Skytor now falling. 6 inches combined. Maybe this hole's been broken, but they're still going to fight like hell for it.
Yeah, it's lovely swings from the Reinhardt to close things out, but ult's invested on both sides, and just about enough for Skyfox to push it forwards. It's a solid starting hold for 6 inches, but now they have to wait a little bit for the Diva to come back. I believe Skytop pinned into a wall as well, but able to save his Zen's life here on the height.
Also, with that spawn hold, you're really doing it just to get time off the bank. You don't expect it to work permanently.
Yes, yeah.
Minute and change, you'll take. Ults in your favor, you'll take. Grab here, gonna be hard to weave through the DM, but if it connects, you'll absolutely take it.
Yeah, here comes the stun onto the Reinhardt. Sanrio inside the beat, inside the grab. Has to get the shield up. Oh my goodness! The pull comes through and Crew finds 2. I think it was a boot, I believe, from Captain Crash that enabled that one as the Reinhardt was out of position to block it in the end. And that's great work from the Lucio. They're going to continue on with this pressure. 6 inches have the shaft if they want to choose to use it. But Crew gets the kills and Yukino too, so they don't even need to invest that slam.
No, they do not. Gonna feel good if your 6 inches combine to not find that necessary. Got the beat as well. Obviously, your opponent spent heavily, gain little. This is exactly how you want a hold to work. Crew, what's up with that?
Yeah, it's not the best shaft in the world, and the transfer allows the pressure forwards. But the beat on the other side reverses things. It's a big slam. Skytor's down. Skytor's dead. And Azuya finds the first. Galaxy continues on with the Horrocks till down. Punches him in the face. And with Yukino soon to follow, and alongside the Lucio death, Mapsy, I swear to God, is there a fight where 6 inches have a fight where they lose and Mapsy doesn't somehow find 1 kill at least?
Yeah, a little bit ridiculous. I think, to be honest, it's just a huge mistake from Crew there. D-Mech so early, not able to find the success necessary. And also Horrocks, if he has that chance 5 seconds earlier, can have an extra less fight. We can keep fighting. Bomb deep, no one home.
Yeah, but Crew does find Galaxy as well in that baby form, so the bomb punished and with the grab available as well. It's going to be another 1 out of 5 for 6 inches. They don't let Skyfox snowball at all. They're always good to return fire.
Indeed, they are. Chasing as well. Would love to get some exit frags, but it seems an impossibility at the moment. 6 inches combined now. Less than a minute on the clock for which to complete their hold. Skyflock Goats come up to a large ult bank. Surviving it would be a small miracle, but if they do, they're complete their domination of Route 66.
Yeah, it looks great for them once more. Azuya takes down Crew though, but traded out by a bomb onto Mr. Bronzer. That feels like an advantageous trade for them. Sandro with the pin onto Captain Crash is nice, but not before Yukino is down. There's a shatter. And they're looking for the back cap, but now the Lucio is surely doomed to die. Azuya just get away and actually gets huge damage onto the Brigitte on the other side, but can't quite find the final blows. Still alive on this point is the Ryan, and Yukino dead eventually, but Sanro seem to be traded, and with Captain Crash bullying the Diva on the sideline, they can't get on point in time surely. 10 seconds ticking down, Galaxy bombs up, gets the remake, that's huge, but they need to make it their way over there, and Galaxy finds Skytor, Crew down as well in the D-Meg, only the baby on point, and Mapsy with high beam, can D-Meg Galaxy as the team returns to fire. Mapsy close to the grab. Horrocks has that chance too and invests it onto the point. Mapsy stays alive as well. That's big value from the Zenyatta. The rally can come through as well with the bomb and the grab available as well. The beat and Transcendence come through defensively. The Skyflock goes. But it's 3. Crew gets a D-Mech 2. Make it 4, but Sandro finds 2 of their own. The shatter available. The slam gets booped away and the shield blocks it forward. Horrocks still on the point, and so is the rest of the team. Feels like that's finally it. Finally the hold coming through.
Yeah, it is. By the skin of their teeth, 6 inches combine hold on first. And Skyflock Goats, they should be feeling hard done by that, because they probably should have capped, right? But every ult comes online at just the right time. We drop Trans and Rally and grab and bomb at the same moment. Crew, another absolutely nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
And because of that, he's just a go. I don't know.
Yeah. It feels like also even more brutal there for Skyfox, because Mapsy, I believe, was down to about 100 health in that beat. So when the Transcendence came through from Horrocks and kept them alive there, and then they could run up the grab. Yeah, there it is, just pulled towards the bomb and can't quite get away from it. And that was an unsuccessful one that dies to a baby Diva. But you're right, it just feels like Crew is so strong with those explosions.
Yeah, we've been so strong with them so far. And this final play, I mean...
Here it is. It's 3 plus a D-Meg.
Yeah, he dies to the Brig, but it's absolutely worth it.
Yeah.
Gander at the stats now. Honestly, it's pretty even back and forth. Nobody really standing out other than Mapsy, who's of course running the lobby on their Tsar in terms of the damage.
Crew though.
Actually leading it, in fact.
Yeah.
My mistake. That's something you see every day.
I believe that 4-piece bomb right at the end might have tipped it over the edge for him.
It's going to hit for like 2k.
Yeah, it's great work from the 2 big tanks. Of course, Skytor a lovely player in his own right, but not quite stealing the show like those two have been today. And 6 inches, looking great so far en route, have to do a relatively simple job on their attack side, but Skyflock Goats can definitely hold it.
Indeed.
It's a good start, but not a great trade. It's a bad start. Never mind. Skyflock takes it to advantage. Man advantage to the weight of 6 inches. If they can stay up here, they can find more. And with a D-Mech onto the Diva too, it's about as bad as it gets for Skyflock. They find the first, but full multiple members. The 5 strikes beautiful from Skyflock too. Azuya down, and the stall no longer exists.
Funny from Horrocks, going Anna for precisely one fight, nading, sleeping, and walking back onto the Zen. Still, that is a successful Anna today. So Anna currently at 100% win rate. Take notes, chums. So this is combined bomb, shatter, post B, Skyflock, maybe a shatter if they're lucky. Cart not in their favor. Things not great for the side in red.
Yeah, and it gets Azuya of all people, and the shatter's ginormous. The 5 strikes through, and that's going to be fight over. Oh my goodness, Samo, what are you doing?
I mean, it doesn't matter almost. Like, you're not going to have a touch.
Yeah.
He's going to stagger the Diva, and there's not going to be a second recontest. Guys are going to pin the spawn, because at this point, who cares? You got 5 on cart. It's moving more than fast enough. There is no touch. It's simply not available. 6 inches combined, 2 and 2. Skyflock Goats. A map 5 required between these two teams.
It is. The thing is, right? What's so weird about this series is every time that 6 inches win a map, it feels like such domination, and Skyflock really have to fight for it. They really have to work through the mud to get their maps, which makes you feel like surely that's advantage towards 6 inches. But now, with the order of those maps, with control coming first and Skyflock finding themselves 2-1 as opposed to 1-2 in the series, they get to pick towards that final map. And if they pick towards Lijiang, I'd almost say advantage Skyflock.
Maybe. I mean, it feels like the maps that 6 inches have won have been incredibly dominant, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're full holding, they're doing it sideways, they're all that nonsense. Whereas Skyfall Goats, it feels like, at least on control, it's much the same to them. Hanamura, yeah, sure, that was relatively close, but there was no conversation on Nepal.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. I was perhaps getting confused with Lijiang earlier on in the day, but that map also did prove to be close earlier in the day, so I really, it's one of the first times in my life I'm hoping to see Lijiang Tower, because I just feel like it is the perfect way to end this series here. A map where they played close before, map where both teams have looked solid, and it's been slightly better for Skyflock Goats, but 6 inches is probably the slightly better team overall, so probably the closest and tightest place they could take things. Azuya dying there is borderline criminal, but that shatter is just ginormous.
It's just so chunky, just ridiculous. Lovely if you can get your hands on something like that, but hey, one more look at the stats. Things looking a little bit rougher after that hold came through, but still, everybody's dead in a reasonable amount of time. It's kind of just what you'd expect, I think, for the most part, off a team that's winning and a team that's not.
Yeah, and I mentioned Skyfall not like being the star of the show, and then he comes out with a 4-man shatter, so maybe Skyflock can blame me for that one. But I mean, if you're both teams here, I feel like you're so fired up for this final map. It's been such a slog to get here, especially for Skyflock, who've played an extra series today, but for both teams, 6 inches finally getting properly tested by an opposition. And I feel like it's almost, of course you'd want to win cleanly. You'd want to win 3-0 and just be like, oh, we are the best team. But it's almost sweeter if it's a tight series and you manage to push it through over the edge nonetheless. So for both these teams, it's got to be, I mean, it's the biggest game of the tournament, and it's got to feel like it too.
Yeah, Yukino saying in chat he thinks their team needs a defense to actually find success. Fair enough, mate, I get it. But Lijiang Tower coming up. 6 inches combined need to win a control against Skyflock Goats, else they will be losing a title they're going to feel is probably rightfully theirs.
Yeah.
Skyflock, instead, close to completing the upset. All they need is to do what they have done before and done consistently, win control.
Yeah, and I've noticed a little, I've got the chat pulled open, and it's something that reminded me is Zerius just said Lijiang, aka Azuya's playground, and that's certainly true. Azuya's looked exceptional on this map. Exceptional. Like, by far, their best maps of the day have come on Lijiang Tower, and as we get to look towards a beautiful fly-through, I feel like that could be a huge win condition for their side.
See, it works out. As things get heated. more than anything else now. Going to come down to how quickly
Ready
you can hit the ground running. We've seen some very slow starts on map starts from 6 inches combined. It feels like the second half is where they often find their greatest success. They don't have time for that here.
Yep.
They know how their opponents have beat them before. They've talked about it. Now they need to reproduce, do one better. Skyfall Gloats, I mean, they've got to be feeling comfortable. You see that victory spray. For crying out loud, right? I mean,
3,
they've won every control they've played this tournament.
round 1.
They win one more, and they get the grand prize.
It's home turf, right? It's exactly where you want to be. Who's going to get punished more, Sanro or Skytor? Those Ryans. The first member, the first party member walking forwards, taking the big damage. So this was on the Diva, but now it's on Skytor's head. Backing away are those two Ryans, and with the pressure from both sides, it's feeling a little bit tetchy. Low barrier for Skytor makes him vulnerable, but around these corners have the environmental protection instead. That pin is huge, and Sanro's found the first. No punishment either. This is a great start here for Skyflock Ghost. The beat also invested, and it doesn't do anything for them.
Your cope is that Izia also beated, so it's not the end of the world. Both Lucio's used, but you could have had that beat advantage. That would have been so nice. Constantly going for swing cycles is Skytor with the bubble, but it means that he has to hold shield a lot more. I think that's a mistake. I think we should be holding bubble much later. See if they agree though as they walk out again.
Oh, here's the bomb and the shatter on both sides, I believe. Was that a trade for shatter? I think it was. And with that, both Ryans fall down. The bomb finds no value for crew, but the DMEC comes onto them in the end. The grab's invested as well. The Transcender's inside it, but the damage is too big, too huge. The slam from Sanro. Sorry, I swear he just shattered.
Second slam.
A timer, please. Timer, please. What was that speed? That is a great fight from Skyflock. The grab is wonderful. Inside it, they can't survive with the Transcendence.
Exactly. So this is combined a little bit better on their ults now, but they've got to start winning. I think this map hits past so quickly. Already a quarter of the way towards the Skyflock victory. Mapsy, got to grab, see what he can do with it.
There's the bomb inside, doesn't connect onto much, and the reverse bomb looks to find more, and Galaxy does find more. That's a two-piece, it's beautiful, it's perfect from Skyflock. They are yet to drop a fight in this map so far, and it just feels like a completely different complexion from the prior. It's been flawless so far, and they're barely even behind on ults here. They're close relatively to the grab, they're close to the shatter. It will be built up by Sanro very shortly. They have that trance, they have that beat.
A nice bash from Yukino, just slightly overplay his hand, but the Galaxy force back, low HP. The Diva will not be an issue as they walk out for a hot second. Be engaged, honestly, I don't hate it.
Yeah, but it's just the shatter through from Skytor, doesn't connect onto much, and Sanros, of course, does. Sanro with another huge slam. The pin comes through, takes down the Rhine, but Galaxy's taking out Yukino and Horus Prior, and there's Skytor's death. The bomb, a last-ditch effort blocked away from Sanro, who's got the awareness to note that explosion in his face, and that's 0.1 for Skyflock, and it's not even close. And with a little fact of the matter as well, we find out the timer on that second slam was sub 8 seconds, 7.96.
Yeah, that's slower than Skytor's, but that's kind of the only thing we can really say as a silver lining for 6 inches combined, right? They got kind of smacked. I think their understanding of how GOAT scales on Lijiang just isn't very good, to be honest. I kind of don't like the way they're trying to move around the map. I think it's getting them punished. And I think Skyflock Goats are more than happy watching them walk into their open arms to do the punishing. You see that they haven't died.
Yeah,
yet
wow.
to find a death.
5, 4,
It's just outrageous, right? Captain Prash, the only player sub 4 deaths, and previously on this sub map managed to int themselves to death in the opening few seconds, so going to choose not to do that this time, which is probably the wise call. Azuya looking to find a boot, but plays it safely instead, and that's also a smart maneuver. Skytor takes a lot of damage in this boot, because it could be huge, but it's going to be oh my god, who's off? Just Azari, but that's a huge find. Mapsy down. Looking for another as well! And that's Prash potentially off the map. Does the Lucio survive? Yeah, they make it in time, but Skytor just so caught out of position without the Lucio speed to help them, and Azuya causing so much trouble for the opposition.
Skytor is always so in, it feels like, and it's not necessarily in a good reason. Oh, quick replay here, the previous shatter. So this has been to see the shatter charge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, no, just getting up there.
But yeah,
Horus is dead in
just,
the meanwhile, by the way.
yeah, I believe it's picked off late by someone in the crowd, but not sure. But Prash, Yeah, that's about the right tone of voice to use. It's unfortunate because you can't really afford to do that when you're already 1-0 and your opponent's ticking up, right? They're pushing towards the 30 mark, and soon that's 40 and soon that's 50.
Right from rotate going to be completed. Ult's pretty good for both sides. Through the choke though, with rough time to speed.
There's the bomb, and the grab comes through alongside it, inside a many a member, and the shatter can come through, but the shield blocks all of that. Prash is with the Tapioca, but not before they can take down Yukino. Izuya for the boot, as on to Prash. Prash is down. The shatter invested from Skyfall slams one, but dies in the meantime, and it's another exceptional fight from Skyfall Goats.
That it is. Both teams chuck the kitchen sink at each other. Prash knocked off the map. We Ajax off the map?
Oh,
I
was it Prash?
thought it was a possibility, but I didn't see it for sure. Let's see it again. There's the beat. There's
and
them
Izuya
off
gets
the
the
map.
boot.
That is crazy.
Captain Prash
That's a
having
Prash if I've ever
nightmares.
seen one.
Yes, that's well played as well. So actually has a positive reaction to it, which is very sportsmanlike as they're off the map again. Oh no, that's a big double boop. It's looking so over. The rally comes through, the snap forwards. Izuya for a 2-piece for the 3. Could this be the first time we see a non-Zen player of the game? Surely Izuya deserves it. It's unbelievable from Skyflock.
Yeah, getting absolutely shredded. 6 inches combined. Need a touch. That might not be possible.
Yeah, the beat comes through, the grab alongside Mr. Bronze into Skytor, and it's just the sideline. And the grab comes through, and not even on point is the Lucio. Does get a touch just in time, but Prash doomed to death, and we have our winners, the underdogs, the heroes of this story. Skyflock Goats, 3-2 in the best of 5, first of 3 grand final. Take it on control in a double control fashion. I mean, what a grand final this has been.
It has been close for sure, but we end with a fight winless. Lijiang Tower as Skyfall absolutely dominates. And it's another Zen trans play the game. We got intended.
I'm so sad. I'm actually so mad. I've
But no, again,
deserve that.
Izzy, anytime he's on Lijiang Tower, is just doing the most. There's no two ways about it. Absolutely insane on the Lucio. Crash tried to replicate, but just didn't have the moves. And in the end, Skyfall getting incredibly well-deserved CGL Championship. Having to play through the lower bracket to do that.
Yeah, I have to lose to this team earlier as well, but it's just their dominance in those control star modes, control and then 2CP, and of course, coming in with that advantage. You can feel a little bit for 6 inches. If they were 2-1 off because of the order of the maps, it might have been a completely different story, but for this story, it's the dominance of Skyflock on control. It's the way they play this map in such a good style, yet to drop a series in this tournament, and now with the tournament over, they're not going to do so. It's beautiful gameplay, and it's an absolutely deserved one.
Absolutely. Oh, I mean, obviously, there's so many highlights from this game. We're going to be here for hours, it feels like. So many great plays from, it feels like everybody had their moment, their time in the sun. And one team gets to win though.
Yeah, absolutely. There's that speedy shatter, and I mean, at the very least, for 6 inches, they got a couple kills on this point. But here's Izuya with a boot, and there's going to be some more of these to see very shortly.
I mean,
Boop.
that's just beautiful.
It's so good. It's such a clean play. It's such good Lucio gameplay.
Listen, everyone, I think we need a second, to be honest, to take in that victory. I think we're going to disappear for a little bit, but I think when we return, we have an interview from one of the members of Skyflock Goats. So make sure you're sitting in your chairs, because we've got an interview, as I mentioned. After that, we're going straight to NA. So plenty more CGL Goats for you today. So we'll be back in a little bit.
Hello and welcome back to CGL OW Goats Europe, and we've just had a wonderful victory for Skyflock Goats, 3-2 in the grand finals over 6 inches combined, and we're joined by their Reinhardt player Sanro. How are you doing, Sanro?
Hey, I'm doing really well. What about you boys?
We're great, I think. That was a great series.
Thank you.
So the first thing I want to ask you is starting on a bit of a negative, and it's that loss in the uppers. But in a positive twist, what do you think was the difference in this game compared to the first time you played this team?
Yeah, I was first time playing for this team. Like we play only one scream and just make one short VOD review. Like we said, okay, we don't do this, we do this. Okay, really short VOD review. Then we just okay, we don't care. Just let's play tourney. Let's see how it's going. And we just start play tourney, winning every Lijiang map. We have 100% win rate on Lijiang. So we just I think feel like a kings of Lijiang. So we just have really confident on Lijiang map and really confident on King's Row. So yeah, like that. We just was very confident when we was playing.
I mean,
Mostly
for me, first,
on
yeah, first I want to ask about your Lucio play, because Izuya was doing absolute bits on Lijiang.
Ew, Izuya is fucking. Oh, can I say bad words?
We prefer you didn't, but you know, we won't slap you either.
Okay. Izuya is cracked guy. Like he did something insane. He just adjusts the fucking again the Lucio
okay,
bit.
it's okay.
This guy is it's like I don't know. I can't say without bad words, to be honest. This guy did very good. Izuya is only one French guy in our team. Others can speak Russian. To be honest, I'm from Ukraine, for example, and almost my whole team from Russia, and only Izuya not speak Russian. So we in the team fights we mostly speak Russian, and sometimes for Lucio we speak English. So it was really hard to communicate sometimes in fights.
And my second question, I want to ask about why you're so good at control, because you guys won every single control you played, no?
Yeah, we have 100%. I don't know, we just feel very confident because it's a map. Like we might play around the point, and we very good at rotates, I think. Like we feel really well the rotates. We know where we must going, where we mustn't going. So we just, and we also can read good rotations. If we see they rotate, we just looking for the Nyata, and every time try to burst him because he's very slow. So I think yeah, that's it. Because every time we need to rotate on this map, and we very good at rotates, I think that's it.
And my final question for you would be, what is your highlight of this tournament?
I think my oven or from my team? Or
You can give me both.
Okay, so it's Izuya Ajax the Captain Brush beat. Also wanna say Captain Brush Loch. It means he's loser. He's my friend, old friend. Also, I think the PTG of the match from me is like when I shatter 5 people, but it was not in cast. It was like in the group stage. I just shatter without bash, without graph, bomb, anything. Just aura shatter. 5 people. Yeah, it's my play of the game.
Yeah. Well, huge congratulations for how you played and your team played. Obviously looking exceptional on control and 2CP. And overall just, of course, a deserved win here coming from the lower bracket. So my final message to you, Sandro, is do you have anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out to my homies in my chat, because I'm also streaming this. I was also streaming it. Shout out to all my homies in the chat, all my chatters, W in the chat. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you for watching. It was really fun to play the tourney, I think. Yeah.
Thank you
Respect
very
all
much.
orcs. Respect everyone.
Respect
You did
everyone. That's a
really
great
well.
message. Thank you. That's a great message to leave us out on. Thank you, Sandro.
Yeah. You're welcome. To be honest, easy tourney for us.
On that sort of bump, so we'll let you go back to your team to celebrate, man. Have a great night.
Have a great night. Thank you. Wish you well. See
you
ya.
too.
See ya, man.
See ya.
Oh,
I can
what
do.
a day. It's been yeah, you can leave, man, no worries. It's been a long day of goats. We've played so many matches. Take a look at it now, in fact. We have had a bit of an upset as well, because for the first time, at least in my memory, Horrocks has not won a CGL Goats tournament. I mean,
It's
I think
'cause
he's
he's
won the
playing
previous
Zen, isn't it?
3 or 4. Yes. He's before has had some, I think, more comfortable Zen players to lie on. Nitrox, if he were around, I think would have been nice to have today as well, but unfortunately not to be. And because of that, and of course many other things, a lack of confidence on control. Skyfoot Goats playing fantastically on that very same map type. An uncharacteristic slip up on Hanamura, they end up losing it, but wow. A lot to discuss.
Yeah, but I believe we are limited on our time remaining after such a long day of some exceptional Overwatch. But of course, we're not the only region in the world. There's a certain American region who definitely will have their own Goats tournament coming in very shortly. I believe that's scheduled to be in just over half an hour, but I'm not entirely sure if that's the exact time it will start. But nonetheless, after we say goodbye to you, you definitely should check out the CGL channel every half an hour or so to make sure there's some Overwatch ticking alongside. There'll be NA Goats coming shortly. But for now, I want to say thank you for having us here. I've been Sam, and of course, we've had Spectrion alongside me. And on the production side, Hippie doing an excellent job as ever. And I believe Mara was doing observing.
We did have Mara on the OBS, yeah.
We had Mara on the OBS. So thank you to our entire team, and thank you for watching today. And with that, I'll say goodbye.